Thank you very much. My name is Braxton Winston. I serve as a City Council member at large. I will be presiding over tonight's zoning meeting. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. Tonight's zoning meeting is being held in accordance with applicable law governing remote meetings, with some council members participating remotely. The requirements of notice, access, and minutes are met as required by law. The public and the media are able to view this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or on the city's YouTube page. We will start tonight, as we often do, with introductions. So please introduce yourself by the order. We'll start with the folks in the room, and then we'll go to the folks online. Again, I'm Braxton Winston, and I serve as an at-large member.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, District 4.
Greg Phipps, at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Good evening. I'm Victoria Watlington, serving District 3.
We'll go to the council members online, and we'll do staff in the room.
Good evening, Julie Iselt, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, representing District 5.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Thank you very much. Staff?
Okay. Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
Jay Carpenter, CDOT.
Brandon Brazil, CDOT.
We will begin our meeting with an invocation, expressions, and inspiration, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation by the council member is intended to solemnize our proceedings. We celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without a religious faith. Tonight, Councilmember Johnson will give our invocation. Mr. Johnson.
We can bow our heads. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve your people. Thank you for the opportunity to stand beside these humble servants. Please bless them in their future endeavors. Come, let your wisdom fall upon this council meeting and give us the clarity and the strength and the courage to do what's right for the people of Charlotte. As public servants, we must always focus on healing the present, protecting the good, and preparing a bright future for our great city. Let us close with Isaiah chapter 41, verse 10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We will now, for those in the room, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So now I will go through a short explanation of the zoning process. The process begins with applications submitted to the planning staff for review. There are cases of two types on the agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases for which a public hearing was previously held will have no further public comment. For hearings, anyone wishing to speak is asked to see the clerk before the start of the hearing. Staff will have a presentation which will not have a time limit. The petitioner and those in favor will get 3 minutes combined to present their case unless their opponent signed up to speak or if staff is in opposition. In those cases, the petitioner will get 10 minutes, the opponent will get 10 minutes combined, and then the petitioner will get a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation and the public hearing is closed and the next public hearing will be opened. The petition goes to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. Our zoning meetings tend to go long. We usually operate under a 10 p.m. recess. The City Council may recess zoning meetings at 10 p.m. and reconvene at a later date. I did mention the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission, and I'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves and go over that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Winston, and thank you, Council. I'm Philip Gussman, Chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. I am virtually, or I believe virtually, all of my other members will be joining us tonight are Douglas Welton, my co-chair, my vice chair. Kiba Samuel is filling in for one of our other commissioners, Aaron Barbie. Ronnie Harvey, Melissa Gaston, Courtney Rhodes, and Will Russell are the continue. The Zoning Committee will meet on Tuesday, August 30th at 5:30 p.m. virtually. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will meet to discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have public hearings tonight. The public is welcome at that meeting, but please note it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us to provide input. You can find contact information and information on each petition on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gussman. Now we will go through deferrals and withdrawals. All of these we have several of them for tonight, and all of these can be passed with one motion after I read them, correct? Thank you. So item number 3, petition number 2021-141 is up for withdrawal. And that's by the Drakeford Company, which is approximately 1/3 of an acre located on the east side of East 34th Street, northwest of the plaza, and east of Matheson Avenue in Council District 1, Mr. Eccleston's district. There is one decision that has been deferred, is asking to be referred, and that's item number 4, 2021-242, Robert D. Dowdy, LLC, approximately 0.19 acres located at the southwest intersection of East 35th Street and North McDowell Street, north of Charles Street in Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. There are 4 hearings that have been deferred, asking to be deferred. The first one is item number 19, number 2021-274, Dickerson Realty, Florida Incorporated, approximately 0.57 acres located on the west side of West Carson Boulevard, north of South Mint Street and east of West Palmer Street in Council District 4, Ms. Watlington's district. That is being asked to be deferred to September 19th. Item number 20, 2021-281, Blue Freight Transport Incorporated is approximately 3 acres located on the north side of Fred D. Alexander Boulevard between Oak Street and Brookshire Boulevard in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. That hearing is asking to be deferred to September 19th, 2022. Item number 2021 is 2021-285 by Clearwater Development Partners Incorporated, which is approximately 0.15 acres located on the southern quadrant of the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and East Worthington Avenue, east of South Boulevard in Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. That's being asked to be deferred to September 19, 2022. And then finally, item number 2022-3, Joy Homes LLC, approximately 4.39 acres located on the south side of South Tryon Street, just north of Orchard Gate Drive in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. That hearing is asking to be deferred to September 19th, 2022. I would make the motion to approve those withdrawals.
Motion to approve all withdrawals and deferrals as stated.
Second.
Thank you. We will go through the roll call vote. I am a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Eisel?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Is Mr. Graham on?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, and that is unanimous. Okay. So there are some decisions will have changes that have been made after the zoning committee vote. We will deal with those votes on whether or not to send them when we get to those petitions. Yes. So with that said, we will go to item number 2, which is a public comment on social districts. We are to receive public comment on the adoption of Chapter 15, Article 15, to the City Code to allow social districts in the City of Charlotte. The proposed new ordinance, an amendment to Section 15-3, which only adds reference to Article 15, are planned to be presented to City Council for adoption consideration on August 22nd, 2022. The new ordinance would allow for the creation of social districts in the city, but does not establish any social districts. The establishment of any social district in the City of Charlotte will require future council action. That said, Madam Clerk, I have 6 speakers. That's still the case. There are 6 speakers. They will have 3 minutes each. We will start with Nancy Pierce.
Hello, Council, Planning Commission, and everyone else in the room or virtual. Thanks for hearing us tonight. I'm Nancy Pierce. I live in the Mary Oaks neighborhood, which is on the east bank of the Briar Creek across from Plaza Midwood. I actually support alcohol social districts, but I am opposed to them if using single-use disposable plastic cups is the only choice. We have an ugly litter problem in this city, mostly single-use plastic food and drink containers. Plaza Midwood Business District, sidewalk, gutter, and common. Oh, I just realized there's photos here. How do I change it? It's done. It's done. That's good. They're not really timed, so just say next slide when you're ready. Okay. Plaza Midwood Business District, sidewalk, gutter, and common areas already have piles of plastic that disappear only after heavy rain into our creeks, such as this picture you see in Irwin Creek, degrading the looks of our beautiful greenway trails and then into the Catawba River like this, and eventually into the ocean where they live forever, including in the human food chain as harmful microplastics. We now know that recycling has failed. Neither Mecklenburg County nor any private entity in the county is able to recycle this kind of cup, and even if they could, most plastic cups and food containers are so dirty and mixed with incompatible plastic that they can't be recycled anyway. And recycling itself has a large carbon footprint. In fact, several countries around the world and at least 10 US states and some cities have already banned certain single-use plastic and are working on banning others. Our prosperous and forward-thinking city should be in the forefront of banning, not encouraging, the use of single-use disposable plastic cups. At best, require customers to pay a significant deposit on sturdy branded reusable cups with a QR code which, when scanned upon return, will refund the deposit. At least, consider biodegradable cardboard cups. They're much more comfortable to drink out of, and they can be crushed to make more room in disposal containers. In its application, a district such as Plaza Midwood, for example, could propose to build a cup garden on a small piece of unbuildable space where over years people could watch the cups decompose and eventually grow flowers. Public art could champion protecting the environment and human health. Now that's the kind of vibe that Charlotte should be seeking. I realize that using single-use disposable cups is cheap and convenient, but please do what is right for the people of Charlotte. I say green light social districts only if single-use plastic cups are out of the picture.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Ms. Pierce.
Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Clifton Castillo. And as Mr. Castillo makes it up, just for those citizens that are coming to speak to us, this is your time to address us. So you won't get any feedback from council directly tonight, but staff is taking notes, and I would encourage you to follow up with any council members and vice versa. Thank you. Mr. Castillo, you have 3 minutes.
Great. I'd like to just echo what Nancy said and express my appreciation for that. Those images are surprising to me, but I serve as president of the Plaza Midwood Merchants Association, and the topic of social districts has been on our mind for quite a while now, so I'm happy that we've reached the point we have with it, and I want to express my appreciation to District 1 Representative Larkin Eggleston for being an excellent statesman. We're going to miss him, and but we're excited for Dante Anderson to represent us very soon. I have a letter here that's from our Plaza Midwood Merchants Association in conjunction with the Plaza Midwood Neighborhood Association and the Commonwealth Morningside Neighborhood Association. I also spoke with my friend Gavin Toth from NODA, and NODA is definitely on board with us with the adoption of social districts in Charlotte. So we come to you as neighbors and businesses working together to create the spaces we wish to live, work, and play in. We're in support of creating a social district in the Plaza Midwood area and in NODA to support our small businesses and continue creating an environment that encourages diverse music, art, dining, and entertainment. Our vision is one that promotes the area as a single pedestrian destination, accessed on foot, bicycle, transit, rideshare, et cetera, with visits to multiple businesses. We do not expect to be included in the process of setting the rules for the social district, we do expect to be included in the process of setting the rules for this social district, including times of operation, defining the boundaries, signage, additional trash collection, receptacles, acceptable containers, sustainable solutions are very important to us. In fact, I would go so far as saying that we would not support the idea of social districts if that meant using single-use plastics. So we're certainly on board with Nancy and our neighbors. These conversations have begun and actually been happening for quite a while for us. So we appreciate that you all have taken us to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Russell Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson online or in the room? There he goes. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Russell Ferguson here, and I know many of you recognize me from annoying you about zoning petitions, which I am not doing tonight. I'm here because a part of my practice is working with small business owners in the restaurant industry, and I'm also on the board, on Clifton's board with Plaza Midwood Merchants. Wanted to thank you guys for putting this on the agenda tonight. It's something that, as was just mentioned, that we have been excited about and interested in implementing for many, many months now. Coming out of COVID, there were a lot of hard knocks taken on the restaurant industry, and in Plaza Midwood and many other neighborhoods, we took advantage of the pivot opportunities were provided by the city, by the state ABC to have drinking in public spaces, such as on the street on Thomas Avenue in Plaza Midwood. That went well for us. We were able to handle the trash, maintain the facilities, and during the short term that happened, it went well. So we think it's a really good idea to activate this as a social district and make it more permanent. We think it's a really important way to activate the pedestrian network that this land use and zoning meeting is often talking about. In Plaza Midwood, you often have to park far away from where you're going to dine. And there's a lot of folks that are biking and walking and would like to walk around and see the sights, see the murals, and sort of engage in friendly conversation on the go. Anyways, we think it's a great idea. We're really open to it. I think Clifton mentioned we have been talking about compostable cups and other recyclable options for a long time. And we've also been looking at the other technicalities of this. We look forward to working with city staff, and we thank you for hopefully your vote of support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Our next speaker is Damon Hemmerdinger. Mr. Hemmerdinger, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for receiving our input tonight. I'm also here to speak tonight in support of the social district legislation. I think the program will lead to a more vibrant public realm, support local businesses, and is in line with the vision articulated in the 2040 comprehensive plan. There's one important point I'd like to highlight, which is that for this program to be successful, I encourage the council to direct its staff to resist the temptation to create a long list of maintenance and management requirements. For example, the city is already responsible for trash removal in the public rights of way, and each private property owner is already responsible for trash removal on their property. It seems to me the program doesn't need to be a lot more complicated than that on that issue. Kent North Ed would enthusiastically participate in this program if the city creates a straightforward program that does not create complicated compliance requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hemmerdinger. Our next speaker is Nicole Peterson. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you. And I'm coming from NODA. I'm the lead of the Greenification Committee for the NODA Neighborhood and Business Association. And I believe the board supports the social districts in NODA, but we do have the same concern that Nancy Pierce expressed quite well, which is that the plastic cups are going to create a huge problem. We do a monthly cleanup and we pick up a ton of trash, like 8 to 10 bags of trash every month. And we know that these plastic cups will just add to that trash. And unfortunately, they are very unsustainable, as Nancy was really great at explaining. And we really look for other alternatives, either a heavy plastic that can be washed and reused, or something that's compostable. I like the idea of the cardboard cups that Nancy mentioned as well. So we really hope that you take this seriously. We are in support of this, but we really don't think that the trash infrastructure and the environment can take more plastic. So we look forward to creative suggestions from council as we move forward on something that we think will be really exciting for the neighborhoods and for the businesses, But like I said, kind of picking up after these cups is going to be a full-time job, and I'm not looking forward to doing it. So I hope you do take this seriously. It does have big repercussions for how we think about single-use plastic in the city as well. And so we hope that you will take this to advisement. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Peterson. Our next speaker is Allison Davis. Ms. Davis, when you get to the lectern, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for having this hearing tonight. My husband owned 2 restaurants in the Gold District of South End, so think Wilmore uptown. I'm here to speak in support of social districting. We feel like the neighborhood should be as diverse in use as it is our population, commensurate with a growing city. A couple of key points we'd just like for everyone to consider as you guys go through this consideration process. We feel like social districting is a niche development opportunity that provides a sense of community and space making and offers a huge bang for our buck for us to activate our neighborhood and plan programming versus more complicated and expensive public projects. Socializing spaces, the number 2 point is it gives us an opportunity to have socializing spaces that go past entertaining and meet some of the vital needs of residents in our densely populated neighborhood in South End. We also feel like it will encourage walkability and benefit us for how the district is perceived based on our image, the reduction in fear of crime. And 4, we feel like this supports the vitality and magnetism of a live, work, play community. I certainly echo all of my predecessors have spoken already, and we understand the concerns. If done right, we feel a comprehensive and simple strategy can lead to a sense of community in place, encourage walkability, business expansion, all with a very ecological plan for management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This Davidson gentleman doesn't need any introduction, but I will introduce him anyway. Sam Spencer. It's an inside joke.
Hello, Council. Good evening, and I hope everybody here is doing well at the dais and has had a great summer vacation. So just want to point out one thing really quickly in the agenda. It's under number 2, the establishment of any social district in the city of Charlotte will require future council action. So I don't think that there's any reason to hold this up in the time being, but I do want to make sure that we're looking out for a couple things. As some of you know, I used to be an Uber driver, and that was something I did in between campaigns and to make extra money like a lot of different millennials. And if you've been to South End any time in the past 10 years, you know that in a lot of ways it's already a de facto social district. And whereas we might have laws that prohibit open carrying of alcohol de jure, de facto, come on, we're adults here. We know what's going on. And one of the problems that I encountered as an Uber driver and as somebody in South End was that there were a lot of people who were doing very dangerous things, walking in the roads, walking along the train tracks. Clearly there is an added element of danger to the social districts. So once we pass social districts, as we move forward, in our management plans, I hope the council will recognize that this is a terrific opportunity for us to further meet our Vision Zero goals. And there are things that we can do in terms of streetscape, walkability, public transportation, and everything that we've worked on in the past years to prevent pedestrian fatalities. That's something that should be in every management plan for a social district going forward, because we have to have a safe city, and that'll make it an even more fun city. So thank you everybody for your time, and glad to be on this side of the dais again.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. And with that, do we need a motion to close the public comment? I'll make that motion. Do we have a second? Thank you. Thank you for your second. We'll go through the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
With comment. With comment.
Since we're voting, was there no discussion on the vote?
Oh, discussion.
It's just-
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Or
she's
we're
right.
voting on closing the hearing for.
This is for closing the
yes,
hearing.
Yes, yes.
You're right, sorry. Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 4, rezoning petition 2021-79 by Piedmont Capital LLC, located approximately 7.88 acres, located on the north side of Wendover Road, west of Monroe Road, and east of Randolph Road in Council District 1. The current zoning is neighborhood business conditional, and the proposed zoning is neighborhood services. Zoning committee voted 5-1, recommended denial of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. There have been changes to the petition after the zoning committee's vote, so I'll read those through, and we'll obviously need a vote whether or not to send it back to the zoning committee. The petition to allow all uses in the neighborhood services district and EDEE uses with drive-through and outdoor seating area within the existing shopping center. The following changes were made after the zoning committee's recommendation, which added the following notes. Petitioner shall provide a minimum of 500 square feet of upfitted office space for on-site use for Crossroads Corporation Incorporated and/or affiliated Greer Heights community organizations, including Crossroads successors, related entities, or mutually agreed upon similar nonprofit entities if applicable, offered rent-free for a minimum duration of 10 years. The petitioner shall provide an additional 500 square feet of storefront commercial space on site for use as a community-based business incubator space to be administered by Crossroads Corporation Incorporated or its successor, related entity, or mutually agreed upon similar nonprofit entity, rent-free for a minimum duration of 10 years. If at any point in time during the 10-year duration of the above office space and incubator space commitment, Crossroads Corporation Incorporated declares in writing that they no longer wish to receive this benefit, the condition shall be deemed as satisfied for the purposes of this rezoning. Staff recommendation is that they believe the changes are minor and were made in coordination with the community and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Motion to not send back to the zoning committee.
Second.
Do we have any discussion? Ms. Johnson?
Is there anyone from the zoning committee here?
Yes, Mr. Gussman is here.
Okay, Mr. Gussman. I had a question because the zoning committee voted 5-1 to recommend denial. I don't know that I've seen numbers that high recommending denial. So I wanted to know if these changes address the concerns of the zoning committee. Otherwise, I'd like to see it go back to the zoning committee. Thank you. Okay, I'm asking you.
We are not aware of the changes at this point. We have not had the opportunity to see them.
Okay. So then I guess I make a substitute motion to send it back to the zoning committee? These changes seem minor, major enough to me, the fact that there was this concern, the zoning committee was not aware of it. I suggest that it go back to the zoning committee.
I will second that.
You can just vote down this motion on the table, which would do the same thing.
Okay.
If that's what you want to do.
So also the state, the changes after the zoning committee vote that have occurred, council is required to determine by a 3/4 vote if these changes are significant. If the changes are deemed significant, they will be sent back to the zoning committee for further review. So you would need a 3/4 vote, just to let everybody know.
Okay, then I'll vote, I guess I'll vote no to the motion on the initial motion.
So we're back to the
Initial
motion.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I don't know.
You had a motion in a second.
Bakari said that, okay, we'll keep the substitute motion. That's fine, okay.
Mr.
Either
Eggleston?
instance, I'll speak to it if I may. Thank you, Mr. Winston. On this one, I think, based on looking at the zoning committee's comments on this, I think, and Phil, jump in, the concern, I think, was more based around the drive-through use. He's nodding yes. So I don't know that these changes directly addressed the concerns that led those commissioners to vote against it. I do think, I don't think anyone would disagree with the fact that these changes are positive changes in terms of meeting the needs and the wants of the community that's adjacent to this parcel. So they're positive changes based on reading the zoning committee's feedback. Maybe it moves a vote or two, maybe it doesn't. But what they called out as their motives, I don't think are necessarily addressed here. I will say to the motion of sending it back or not, obviously we have the changeover coming on council. This is one where I've been communicating with the petitioner, communicating with tenants in the shopping center, working with the neighborhood on it for longer than typical, I would say, for rezoning, simply because there were a lot of moving pieces, a lot of moving parts, and a lot of work that was being done with the community. My ask would be that we not send it back because I think it a bit unfair to incoming council members who have not had the benefit of having those conversations and being a part of that work to dump this in their lap and ask them to get up to speed on it. I believe that, and I know there are a couple council members that are not in favor of this petition and are going to express why they are not in favor of the petition. On balance, I think that the good outweighs the bad in this petition. I think the work that has been done with the community warrants approval, and tend to support the petition if we get to that point tonight. And I believe it has the votes to pass, so I think it would be simpler and more fair to have the council members who have been a part of these discussions voting on it than bringing on 4 people who haven't and asking them to get up to speed on it next month. So my ask would be that we not send it back to zoning committee. I don't think it changes their recommendation more than a vote or two, which would still not have them recommending it, and that we vote on it tonight.
Oh, was that a question for Mr. Gusman to respond to, Mr. Eggleston?
He can, certainly.
Certainly. The commission's, as documented, is predominantly all centered around the drive-through. At the end of the day, the project looked in a lot of ways to be the right project for the space, but with the exception of that drive-through element.
Thank you very much. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I do not support sending it back to the zoning committee, because in looking at the changes that have been made, they look as if they are concentrated or consist mostly of I guess benefits that would accrue from a community benefit agreement. And as I recall some of the discussions that we had earlier on about community benefits, I thought we had reached a conclusion that the city is in no way has any kind of role in, I guess, reviewing or approving any kind of provisions that would pertain to a community benefit agreement. So that was my recollection. If I'm wrong on that, I'm willing to hear comments in that regard. Thank you.
I will in no way attempt to speak for the mayor, but in discussions that I've had, she reminded me to put it out there, we do not have a policy, a city council policy that relates to community benefit agreements as of right now. We have it as an aspirational goal as part of the comprehensive 2040 plan, but we do not have a standing policy on how we deal with community benefit agreements. Mr. Eggleston?
Just as a response to that, and I believe that we're looking at this the same way we would look at an election by a developer to offer affordable housing, in that the city cannot require affordable housing and base their vote on whether or not that affordable housing is included, but a developer can propose to offer it, and it can be part of the notes of a rezoning. In this case, there was no demand that these community benefits be offered. They were simply offered, and so I think that's where we're in the clear there, because it was not a requirement of the city that they do that to get the approval of the rezoning. Though I agree, these are all benefits to the community. But again, our attorney was giving me a head nod, so I think we're in the clear there.
That's correct. As long as it was voluntary.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from our folks online? I don't see anything. Ms. Johnson has another question.
Yeah, I would just like to add that that the zoning committee is volunteers in the committee. And again, this number seems very high, that they are proposing that it's denied. So I think the fact that there are these changes, I think that it's just to send it back to the zoning committee for them to make the recommendation to council.
And I don't
Eggleston, last comment.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think what Mr. Gussman's indicated is that it will come back to council more or less along the same lines as what we have today. So I certainly think that if that, in a council member's opinion, merits a no vote, I think that's appropriate, and I would certainly understand. It's not these changes, based on what Mr. Gussman has said and what our information we have in advance said, is not going to mean that they come back suddenly recommending it. It would likely still be 5-1 against, maybe it's 4-2 against. So council will be in the same position as we're in tonight, which is, do we side with staff and the community who have reached out to us via email and said they believe this is in the best interest of the community, or do we side with the zoning committee who has said they don't believe this is best because of the drive-through use? You'll be in the same position, making the same decision next month, but with 4 council members who haven't been privy to all the conversations and all the work that's gone into it, and 4 less council members who have. So to me, I think this council is more prepared to make the decision than a council will be next month, and you'll be sitting with the same information and the same recommendation for denial from the zoning committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bakari, you're recognized.
I was just going to say exactly what Larkin just said, which is we're not going to get any new information beyond what we have right now, and I think it's time for us to make a decision, whatever that may be.
Thank you very much. With that, we will, unless we have anybody else online, we will call the question on the substitute motion. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
No.
Mr. Eggleston?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Ms. Isel?
No.
Mr. Driggs?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
No.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Mr. Graham?
No.
All right, with that, substitute motion fails, so we will move on to the original motion to not send back to the zoning committee. Is there any discussion on that vote? With no hands, I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Phipps?
So we're voting on whether or not.
To not send back.
The original motion to not send back to zoning committee.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Okay. So with that vote passes. So now we will have to have a vote to
motion to approve the petition and adopt the staff's statement of consistency.
Second.
That motion has been properly made and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Eggleston?
I'll be brief since we covered most of it in the first phase of this, but I think, and it's on the screen in front of us, these are, I think, significant community benefits. There are others in terms of, I think, assuring the long-term stability of the grocery that is located in the shopping center. But for that grocery store, this would be a food desert. Mr. Winston and I had a good conversation earlier today on points that we largely agree on in terms of not being fans of drive-through uses and a couple other things that I'm sure he will outline here momentarily. I don't disagree with really anything he's going to say. simply in this case think that all these that we make decisions on, there are things that we like about them, things that we don't. And I think you've got to figure out on balance whether the benefits outweigh the negatives. In this case, I think they do, particularly with these changes that have been made here in coordination with the neighborhood. And we've heard from many of those leaders, de facto leaders and official leadership with their community development organization, with their neighborhood association, that have said, on balance, they believe this is a net benefit to the community. So I want to support their wishes, and I want to support what I think are really genuine efforts here to benefit the folks who live in this community and the jobs it'll create that are walkable to this community, where not everybody has a car, not everybody maybe has access to as many job opportunities as certain other parts of the city do, and this will create dozens of jobs that folks can walk to. So I think, without going too far down the rabbit hole of trying to outline everything I think is good in this, I will simply say I think it outweighs the negatives that Mr. Winston will outline here.
Mr. Bakari, you're recognized.
I don't have anything.
All right, no problem. I will recognize myself and first say, I think, start with the good. I think that there are some really good things that happen here with this petition. As I stated earlier, we don't have policy surrounding community benefits agreements. And I know there was some consternation around this topic during the comprehensive 2040 plan process about what does this look like? How are you going to go about administering this? I think if and when we do, council does get into those conversations, we should look towards this petition because I think this is something what a community benefit agreement can and should look like. The community is organized, utilize that organizing entity to communicate effectively and efficiently with the petitioner. And they came up with something that they think is mutually beneficial, and it fits within all of the confines of our standing policy. So as we think about creating this something that doesn't exist, let's bookmark this one, please. But I will not be in support of this. I do not think that this is the proper land use for this area. I don't think this is the proper land use for the types of urbanism that are needed in different parts of town. Obviously, this part of town has right now a lighter level of urbanism that is becoming more dense and needs to be more walkable. But as I've been thinking about this over the past month or so, my concern has also turned towards this idea of food deserts. And we do have in our Comp 2040 planning document the need, the desire to look at putting growth strategies on the ground that affect food deserts. But I think that there are some false pretenses here. Yes, a food desert is created when you don't have access to high quality, nutrient-rich food. But also part of being a food desert is the abundance of high caloric, low nutrient, high sodium rich foods, specifically those types of foods that you find in places like drive-through fast food restaurants. Somehow, and for some reason, we are accepting that you have to include a source of a food desert, a source of nutrition that leads to high obesity and many other different types of health outcomes and determinants of health, to say that that is needed to keep a fresh food source present. Honestly, I'm going to go ahead and speak to specifically the Black community. we can't fall into the traps of practices that kill us. And I fear that we are going to set a precedent here that will be used over and over and over again in different parts of town that are going to tie the need for fast food to be included in places to prevent food deserts. I believe that is an oxymoron, and it should not be something that we settle for as we move forward. I hope if this passes, this is a one-time thing, but I'm for sure that the development community is going to catch on and use this to back other communities into corners. I don't think this is smart development. I don't think this is going to work out for the best nature of the community. Thank you. Ms. Watlington.
I can appreciate the conversation on both sides. Have long been a proponent of community benefit agreements. I have worked with several neighbors over on the west side to execute similar type agreements through the conditional rezoning process. And I must say that as we move closer and closer to the essentially elimination of conditional rezonings, we lose more and more opportunities to get agreements done just like this. We know that the city cannot enforce, but at least we can document via site plan amendments or whatever else what commitments have been made to the community. And I think that we deceive ourselves if we think that, for instance, we've got to be careful not to miss the forest for the trees. We're talking about a food desert. I'm not willing to wager an ideal of not wanting to have a drive-through with an actual grocery store, because at the end of the day, the community has been very clear. We need food. We don't care about whether there's a drive-through. If we don't choose to use a drive-through, we won't. But to say that on principle, I'm going to make a decision that is going to cause a grocery store to leave a community because I don't believe in drive-throughs, I think we're doing the very people we're serving a disservice. We've got to protect the opportunity for nutritious food. We can educate, we can talk about in the future how we can develop in such a way that we don't have to have drive-throughs, but I think that it is a place of privilege to be choosing to deny people access to food because we don't like the package that it comes in. And I'm not saying that that's exactly where you're coming from, but I think we got to be careful about weighing ideals against people's basic needs. And so with that, I'll be supporting this petition, and I look forward to the work that we're going to do to create opportunities for community benefit agreements to keep their teeth. Thanks.
Mr. Phipps.
Having met with the leadership of Greer Heights community, they have some challenges there in their community, and I can appreciate in looking at the provisions of this community benefits agreement that I applaud them for the work that they have done to reach this point. Directly across the street from this site is a significant multifamily project. Adjacent to the site is another significant multifamily project. Then you have the community that's adjacent to it and a host of businesses all around. So I think you're going to have a combination of people that's willing to walk to these places. Even though this Wendover Road is a major thoroughfare with about a little over 23,000 vehicles a day moving through that corridor. Of course, some of them gonna take the opportunity as they might drive past it, they're gonna stop in. So I agree with Ms. Watlington that and I agree with Mr. Eggleston that I think the benefits far outweigh the negatives associated with this petition. So I look forward to voting in favor of it tonight.
Ms. Eisel.
Yes, thank you. I just want a clarification. Last time I heard Food Lion did not indicate at all that they, their existence at this shopping center had anything to do with this drive-through. Has that changed?
I can speak to that.
Mr. Eggleston.
So this is not a if this then that. No statement to that degree has been made, but I have spoken to leadership with Food Lion several months back who indicated that they believe that this investment in the shopping center will solidify their ability to be successful there. This is, I think, in comparison to other locations they have, probably currently an underperforming one. But there is a revitalization going on at this shopping center that includes in part what we are voting on tonight, but also the opening of a new Goodwill store just 4 days ago, and a lot of other improvements at the shopping center that they believe will allow them to be more successful moving forward than they have been up until now, and will allow them to recommit themselves to the shopping center. So there is no direct promise that if we approve this, they'll stay. If we deny this, they'll go. But it is my belief, based on the conversations I've had with them, that the two things are related.
Thank you. I appreciate the updates, especially from the Crossroads Corporation. I still just don't, we've said that we don't want to support continuing to add drive-throughs. We said that in the comprehensive plan, yet we make exceptions every time there is a drive-through. So I would still be a no on this petition because I don't know that we have a commitment that Food Lion would even stay there. And if the shopping center does show potential for investment, then I think that's great. Then let it continue to develop. But diverting that kind of traffic into that shopping center with drive-through lines, I just don't see how. I don't know. I can't wrap my head around that. But I just wanted to confirm for sure that Food Lion did not say, unless we know that what was it, a Chick-fil-A and a Starbucks is coming here, we're not staying. So I still am not in support of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heisel. Yes, I did not receive any correspondence from Food Lion saying that. I would also point out, if the business models are around drive-throughs where people don't get out and do other things like shop in a supermarket, I fail to see the correlation between the retention of a supermarket and the existence of drive-through centric restaurants.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Winston. I meant to add that as well.
With that said, there's been a properly made and seconded motion to adopt. I don't see any other hands up, so we will go through the roll call vote. I am a no. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Heisel?
No.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-3. We will move on to item number 6. Yes, 5 has been deferred. Decision on rezoning petition 2021-249 by Mill Creek Residential. Location of approximately 25.46 acres located on the west side of Steel Creek Road, south of the intersection with Sledge Road and Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is MX2 Innovative and NS, Neighborhood Services, Mixed-Use Innovation and Neighborhood Services. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff does recommend approval of this petition. Pardon me while I pull up just to make sure that there have been no changes made. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition? I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second. I thought I saw something on the screen for changes, or was that a different petition?
That was a different.
Oh, sorry.
That was a different petition. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I previously sent to the council the comments from the Still Creek Resident Association regarding this one. It's nothing new. We've been talking about it for quite some time. 160 is jam-packed. We're busting at the seams in Still Creek. We are receiving no relief from NCDOT to date. And as such, the Still Creek Resident Association and the local neighbors have indicated that they are not supportive of any additional growth here without expansion of the state roads.
Thank you, Ms. Watlington. Is there any other comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
And now this vote is not sent back or for the,
This is approval of the
This
petition.
is approval.
no. No.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That motion does pass 7-3 as well. Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 7, rezoning petition 2021-252 by WP East Acquisitions LLC. Location is approximately 3.1 acres located on the southeast intersection of Siegel Avenue and East 10th Street, north of Central Avenue and east of I-277 in Council District 1. The current zoning is B2 General Business. On the proposed zoning is TOD Neighborhood Center. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second, a motion has been properly moved and seconded. Any comment or discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That is unanimous approval. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 8, rezoning petition 2021-254 by Joseph Horton. Location is approximately 2.18 acres located on the southwest intersection of Galleria Boulevard and Monroe Road, south of Sardis Road North, in Council District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. The current zoning is neighborhood services, and the proposed zoning is neighborhood services site plan amendment. This is a first that I have seen, I think staff has seen, that zoning committee made no recommendation provided. No motion made by the zoning committee received the needed 4 votes to carry it forward. You can see the included zoning committee's report for a summary of that discussion. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning?
Move to approve. Adopt and approve.
So the motion, just to clarify Mr. Bakari's motion, the motion would be to approve this petition and adopt the staff's statement of consistency as it appears on the screen. I believe, yeah, as it appears on the screen.
Agreed.
It would be as presented in the staff analysis on the screen. It's just the summary of the zoning committee discussion.
In your agenda.
In the agenda, yeah.
Second.
So I believe we have a properly made and seconded motion.
That's correct.
Did I see a question from the, can we take a question from the zoning committee if there was one? I see a question from the zoning committee.
I did just want to clarify that, not unlike the other one that we were discussing earlier, the primary reasoning for the opposition on this was due to the drive-through in the transit area. However, we were unable to get more than 3 votes either direction over 2 months worth of meetings.
Thank you for that context. I will make a comment as well. I will not be voting to support this, and it has to do with the existence of drive-throughs. As I look at this part of town, again, it is developing with a certain level of urbanism, a certain level of density. If you look on both the Charlotte side as well as the Matthews side, you have the types of development that are moving towards more pedestrian related urbanism. Even taking out the future Silver Line. If you look at the amenities that are in walking distance, that is the type of place where we want to highlight a level of urbanism that further promotes pedestrian and bicycle traffic. I would also go back to one of the first contentious rezonings that I took part on last council on Nolly Court. That was to put several apartments for 55 plus. And one of the contentions there that got this approved, there was concerns, which always is about traffic. And the idea, one of the negotiations that Mr. Bakari worked really hard on getting that over the finish line was that this was a population that was not going to be very dependent on car trips, was not going to be driving their vehicles. And in fact, it was because of their location in walking distance to amenities like this restaurant, City Barbecue, and other stores and amenities in walking distance. So, you know, we have definitely made policy decisions to make this particular area more pedestrian-centric, and we should continue to focus on that. So therefore, I will be in opposition to this. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. I'm not opposed to this one or the previous one just because of the drive-through. My concern is the zoning committee. It's a group of volunteers. It's not our city staff. These are individuals that take deep dives into these petitions. Now, and we know as district representative, if a petition's not in our district, we're not really looking into the details on all of them. So we have to trust our committees. We have to look at the goals for the 2040 plan, and this petition only meets, 2 of them. So I think that we have tools in place and checks and balances in place to help us make educated decisions and informed decisions. So it's concerning that after 2 months, the zoning committee could not come to a recommendation either way. If you look through our book, we don't see the zoning committee protest or wish to deny petitions very often. So I think that weighs heavy, or I know that weighs heavy on my decision. And so for that, I'm not going to be supporting this one either. Thank you.
Mr. Phipps.
Yes, Ms. Johnson, I can appreciate your comment about the zoning book, but I guess I don't know if I'm an outlier or not, but I read the thing from cover to cover. And it's pretty frustrating getting that book on a Thursday and having my person to deliver it to tell me to have a nice weekend. So, but I want to get clarity on, do we have a policy? Have we adopted a policy on drive-throughs? Because I thought that we were concerned, I didn't think we had a prohibition against drive-throughs. I thought we were concerned maybe about the number of drive-throughs that might be in a particular project. So if I can get a copy of our current thinking on drive-throughs, if we prohibited them, because I don't see that it's appropriate to start off a petition that says, well, it's got a drive-through, boom, no go. So I would like to get some clarity on that, and would like to see what provisions that we have, you know, in our policies with respect to drive-through locations?
That's something I think we can do a follow-up for council because it can get nuanced, but I'd say the way it's proposed in the UDO is that all zoning districts except those in the commercial zoning and manufacturing logistics, a drive-through facility will only be allowed if it was located on the site at the effective date of the ordinance. But I can provide more details, a comparison of today versus what is proposed in the UDO for full council.
Is that good? Ms. Watlington, did you have a question?
I did. If I'm understanding this correctly, essentially this petition is just asking to be able to add a drive-through to an existing business. Is that correct, Councilmember Bakari?
Staff shaking their head, yes.
Okay, thank you. So this is where I struggle in regards to this whole drive-through piece. And even as Ms. Craig, you just explained, our UDO is going to take a position that we cannot add additional drive-throughs, if you will, or at least by right. I just find it baffling. We have an establishment here who needs customers. Some of those customers live within walking distance, many don't. So the people who don't live within walking distance are probably going to drive there. They're probably not going to ride a bike down Monroe Road to get there. And when they get there, if there's no drive-through, well, then they need to park. But then on the flip side, we say we want to get rid of parking minimums. Where exactly do we expect these cars to go? We are going to drive, and we've seen, I believe the Mayor Pro Tem has a couple of examples offhand where we have seen establishments be hurt because they can't get the traffic that they need due to these lack of parking spaces or a drive-through. I just want to caution us again that we talk about these platitudes and we talk about these goals, but when it comes to practice, is it really driving better outcomes for our businesses and for our people? In this case, I don't see how not allowing a drive-through is going to improve the situation here. The business is going to have customers come from somewhere. So whether or not they get out of their cars and park and leave their car somewhere, which that has its own issues, or they drive through and continue on their way, I don't see a problem with having an option, so I will be supporting.
Thank you. Was there any question directly?
My hand's up. My hand's up.
I got you, Mr. Bakar. Yeah. Mr. Bakar, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman Watlington. I don't need to repeat those amazing, wonderful words you just said, which I think sums up about 3/4 of the problem here. What I will add to that is very simple. It seems lately, without a policy, which now we've noted with our position here as an entire governing body of council on this topic, what we've got is a couple people that have become essentially activists on this front to try to abolish drive-throughs. And they have made drive-throughs the enemy. And I think the problem here is this: if there's some utopia out there where the urbanists that all get behind this stuff ultimately think that drive-throughs are the enemy and that needs to be a policy that we have, I will support that under one premise, which is, aside from zoning decisions, we actually invest in the infrastructure necessary to make that utopia an actual plausible reality in the future. Because right now, we keep having the same conversation, not based in policy. And the last thing that we all fought over was over there on Woodlawn, where if you haven't been around Woodlawn and the walkable place, the only walkable place that's going on right now is the homeless shelter that has occurred inside that gas station. It is not reasonable or plausible that any business that wants to invest, like they're doing in my district, in this case right here, to provide a resource to the people that actually live there, that they can actually make that work without our help. So at the end of the day, letting them who are investing in this stuff operate, I think, is a no-brainer. And if we want to get serious about actually investing in a world that's possible, we have to do that outside of the zoning process, not sit here and grandstand for folks, because it's not fair to those people who are just grinding it out and moving our districts forward. And I would make the side note that it has been a concerning trend to see the zoning committee, who we rely on, who works very, very hard so much, continue to push this narrative forth and have this issue there. This is not a zoning committee thing we need you to weigh in on. It is our policy, and we need you to call balls and strikes inside our policy. And if we want to get serious about drive-throughs, we as a body outside of zoning need to get serious about that.
Thank you, Ms. Bakari. Ms. Johnson, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess my follow-up would be for Mr. Bakari and I guess the zoning committee. Well, it's for Mr. Gusman. Was the drive-through the only reason that you all weren't able to make a recommendation? Are there individuals on the zoning committee? Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Larkin, Mr. Okay.
This is only requesting a drive-through. It's literally the only topic.
So why is it that the zoning committee is having trouble with that? Is it because there are members that are totally opposed of drive-throughs? Or was there an effect on the community that you all saw and weren't willing to approve?
There was. It was the proximity to the Silver Line itself. There's an easement on this that is also an addition in this site plan for the Silver Line. The Silver Line literally takes some of their property, appreciated. And it was specifically that you're going to be sitting in a drive-through looking at the trains as they go by, idling. And per our UDO goals, which granted, we've been working on the zoning committee and the planning committee of the zoning commission for years, as all of you have, we could not in conscience, the people who voted against the approval of this at least, could not approve it. We also had 3 votes at other times that would support it. It really was a split decision over 2 months. So it was a combination of the drive-through associated with the complete proximity to the Silver Line.
Thank you, Mr. Gusman. Yeah, is that all, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps?
I was wondering, and looking at the discussion notes, that would you say it was also a function that 2 committee members were absent?
That was part of it. There was a death, and there was also thunderstorms that, because we were meeting virtually, shut out actually a couple of people. And so we were down a man or 2, so to speak. And that is part of probably what contributed. But the next month, even when we did it again and we were down 1 person, we still could not generate 4 votes for it.
But we don't know how those people that were absent, how they would have voted if they were there, right?
I would not venture to say, no.
Thank you.
Good point.
So we have a motion that has been properly made and seconded. Unless I see any hands, we're going to close discussion. We'll go to the roll call vote. I'm a no. Ms. Johnson?
Based on the discussion, yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel? Ms. Isel is not here right now. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And that is approved 8-1. We'll move on to item number 9, rezoning petition 2021-266 by Sear Ventures, approximately 8.13 acres located on the south side of Rossell's Ferry Road at Yellowstone Drive in Council District 2. Mr. Graham. The current zoning is I1 and B2, light industrial and general business, and the proposed zoning is UR2 CD, urban residential conditional. The zoning committee recommends on a 5-0 vote to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this position. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny the petition?
I move to adopt and approve.
I'll second that. Motion has been properly made and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you. That vote passes unanimously. We will move on to item number 10, zoning petition 2021-273 by Hutton Street 21 LLC, location approximately 1.66 acres, bound by the south side of Wylong Drive, west side of Idlewild Road, on west side of Margaret Wallace Road, north side of Mitworth Avenue in Council District 5, Mr. Newton's district. The current zoning is NS Neighborhood Services, and the proposed zoning is B2CD, General Business Conditional. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
I'll second it. Any discussion? Hearing none, I will move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to agenda item number 11, rezoning petition 2021-276 by McCraney Property Company, location approximately 44.95 acres located on I-85 Service Road southwest of the I-85, I-485 interchange. This is in the ETJ in County Commission District 2, Ms. Leak's district, and closest to City Council District Number 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R3 Air LLWPA, Single Family Residential Airport Noise Overlay, Lower Lake Wildly Protected Area. The proposed zoning is I1CD Air LLWPA, or Light Industrial Conditional Airport Noise Overlay, Lower Lake Wildly Protected Area. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second. Do we have any comments or questions? Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. Just wanted to say that the Northwest Community Alliance is in support.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other hands or names on the screen, we'll move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to item 12, zoning petition 2021-278 by Dream Acres LLC. The location is approximately 6.33 acres located on the east side of Harrisburg Road, north of Parkton Road, and west of Cedarbrook Drive in Council District 5, Mr. Newton's district. The current zoning is R4 Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is R6 Single Family Residential. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition. Staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
We'll second it. I'm a yes. Is there any questions, comments?
Hey, Matt, you need to move to approve.
He did.
The motion was move or deny, and he said so moved.
Oh,
You need to say move to approve, adopt and
To
approve.
adopt and approve.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both Mr. Newton and Mr. Driggs. You're right. Do we have any comments or questions? No, hearing none and having a motion that is properly made and seconded, I will vote yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
The proper phrase is aye.
Mr. Newton.
That might be my last motion in a rezoning meeting. Yes.
Congratulations and well done. Mr. Graham. You got to unmute, Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That motion, Mr. Newton's last motion passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 13, petition number 2021-283 by Lane Cloninger. Location is approximately 0.6 acres located on the west side of Keswick Avenue, northwest of North Tryon Street, and east of North Graham Street in Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. The current zoning is R5, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8, single-family residential. The zoning committee recommends 5-0 to approve this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
I will second it. Do we have any discussion or questions, comments? Hearing none, we will move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you. That is unanimous. We will move on to item number 15. I have, right? Oh, sorry. No, we do have item number 14, excuse me. Rezoning petition 2022-1 by White Point Partners. Location is approximately 2.99 acres located on the west side of Yancey Road and south side of East Peterson Drive, east of South Tryon Street in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R8 single-family residential and I2 TSO general industrial transit supportive optional. And the proposed zoning is TOD&C, a transit-oriented development neighborhood center. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this position, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any conversation, questions, comments? Seeing none, we will move on with the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That is also unanimous. Thank you. We will move on to item number 15, rezoning petition 2022-2 by Cameron CLT South End Owner LLC. The location is approximately 2.5 acres located on the west side of South Boulevard, east of Old Pineville Road, and north of East Woodlawn Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I2 General Industrial, and the proposed zoning is TOD&C, or Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
Move to approve and adopt.
Second.
The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none by the council, we'll move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That is unanimous, excuse me,
Councilmember
in the affirmative.
Winston, just a quick question, matter of housekeeping. So item number 12 was the item that Councilmember Newton made the motion on and carried and was approved.
Yes.
Item 13, I believe Councilmember Eggleston made a motion on. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. We were having some discussion here if we covered 13. I felt like we did. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
You know, we need to slow down, Mr. Petty.
No, I'm all for this. Keep rolling. Thank you.
All right. We're moving on to, no, thank you for the clarification. We're going to move on to item number 17, rezoning petition 2022-54 by Carolina Farm Trust, approximately 2.37 acres located on the south side of South Hoskins Road, east of Welling Avenue and west of Rosal's Ferry Road. And
We need to go back to 16. We did, yeah.
All right. There we did, right, you're right. So we will go back to agenda item number 16, rezoning petition 2022-19 by Chris Ogurundi, location of approximately 3.74 acres located on the west side of South Tryon Street and northeast side of Presley Road, east of Interstate 77 in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is B2 General Business, and the proposed zoning is TOD-NC, Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. The zoning committee voted 5 to nothing to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
To get the discussion going, I'll move to approve and adopt.
Second.
I do have comments.
We have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Ms. Watlington?
Yes, I would like to ask Mr. Ogurinde a couple of questions, if you don't mind. This one in particular.
I don't. Direct questions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. How you doing?
Very well. Thank you.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My questions surround the transition plan that you all submitted. I'd like to provide that for the benefit of the greater council and talk a little bit about that. One of the things, particularly with this petition, is that folks are concerned in regards to what's going to happen to the families who live there currently, as we've seen a flurry of development throughout the city that has created situations where people are looking for places to stay. And so I know that you all did extensive work on that. Would like to know what your findings were and what the current status is.
Well, thank you. We just as concerned as everyone is with this situation as going across Charlotte. We actually have partnered with Crisis Assistance Ministry, and they've actually brought on 4 other agencies to assist with this. I was actually on site about 2 weeks ago, meeting with residents, and it's a challenge for the entire city. We committed to them that we're not going to force anybody out. So, and one thing that we are doing is basically collecting information from each family and then finding opportunities to help relocate them. I saw folks just living a hard life in a hotel that is not a place you would really want your family to live in, even though that's the last resort for many of our families. But we are committed to make sure everybody is properly relocated through the efforts that we've put in place. And we're constantly communicating with city and all. We have weekly meetings with our relocation team. I think we have 5 agencies that we're working with: Legal Aid, Social Serve, Community Link, Crisis Assistance Ministry, and one other, Action North Carolina.
So I saw in the report there were about 31 families and another group of individuals, and it looked like there was a cost associated with relocation, and it looked to be somewhere between about $50,000 to $77,000 as an estimate. And right now, have you all been able to find funding for that?
We are working on it. And I was actually hoping to call on all the council members to donate to that. I'm just joking. Just joking. But we are working on making that happen. Yeah.
Got it. So you say that, but I do have a question for legal, and I know that you are a zoning or a real estate attorney, and so I don't see anyone from our Housing and Neighborhood Services that could perhaps speak to it, or anyone that could speak to our ARPA dollars and what's there in terms of housing assistance. Is it possible that we could approve contingent upon that plan, or how would that work?
No, actually, I was just about to say that I wanted to make sure that these questions that you're asking, that it's clear that this is outside of the conventional petition that's being considered tonight. And we can get some additional information for you, but the questions that he's answering actually would be outside of the rezoning process.
Gotcha. Okay, to the extent that this naturally occurring affordable housing is a land use, I'll ask the question whether or not that's the best use of the land versus what the petition is. I'd like to hear a little bit from my colleagues. I get the sense that perhaps if we were able to defer this, we may be able to solve two problems. But I don't want to hold you up if the will of the broader council is to approve this. So I will, I'd like to hear from whoever else may have comment.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. One of the first questions we asked when we heard this was, what is the plan for the tenants? When I spoke with you, what's the plan? And I think we were told at that time there weren't a lot of long-term tenants, but we learned there are 31 families and 59 individuals. And it looks like the plan identifies the need and identifies resources, but in looking at it, and we know the challenge. You know, I think that at the end of the plan, it says, you know, there's a dollar amount that's needed and more affordable housing that's needed. So I'm concerned with approving this one because when Southern Comfort was closing, you know, all hands were on deck. You know, the city and county, you know, we're going to meetings to listen to the resident, but this is our chance to be proactive. And sadly, the developer is bearing the brunt of our lack of housing or lack of resources in the city. So I can't, if we want to defer it, I support that, but I can't support this tonight when this is an opportunity for us to be proactive instead of approving a petition. And the last petition that knowingly displaced individuals wasn't even a direct result of anything the city council did. This one would be. So for that reason, I can't support it.
Mr. Eggleston?
I certainly understand the concern, and I know there's questions and clarifications Ms. Watlington would like us to have that we aren't in a position to ask simply because of the rules we have to operate under. What I would say is that for me, I think that the tiebreaker for me is having worked with Mr. Ogrinde before on multiple projects in my district and having seen his heart for people. I don't have a sliver of doubt in my mind that he's going to do the right thing by the people and based on what impact it will have on them as he makes decisions and as he moves forward. Were this an out-of-town developer that I didn't know, I obviously wouldn't have that confidence and would probably want to proceed with more caution, but having worked with him on multiple occasions prior to this, that is not a concern of mine with this particular petitioner. So I will be a character witness for Mr. Ogrinde in this instance and say that for that reason, I would be comfortable moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
So we do have a motion that's been properly made and seconded. Do I have any other comments or questions? Ms. Watlington?
I just wanted to say thank you. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. This one does give me heartburn for all the reasons that Ms. Johnson said. I do, however, commend the work that you have done, and I do believe that you specifically have demonstrated an ability, and I hope that we can figure out something in terms of a partnership with the city in order to ensure that the residents there are successfully placed. I think for this one, though, from a housing and neighborhood services standpoint, I'm going to have to probably withdraw my motion and then allow someone else to make the motion, unless it's
I
fine to
think
be
you have to get the
inconsistent.
second pullback first, right?
Yeah, I'll remove my second and I'll make a motion to adopt and approve.
I'll second that. So now we do have another motion that is made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll call the vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
That motion does pass 7-3. Thank you. We will now move on to item number 17. Thank you, Ms. Ogarunde. A rezoning petition 2022-54 by Carolina Farm Trust. The location is approximately 2.37 acres located on the south side of South Hoskins Road, east of Welling Avenue and west of Roswell's Ferry Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is BD, CD, distributive business conditional, and the proposed zoning is B2, general business. The zoning committee recommends in a 4-0 vote to approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny the petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any comment? Mr. Eggleston?
Just quickly wanted to commend the work that Carolina Farm Trust is doing and tell them to keep up all of their amazing efforts.
I would like to echo that as well. They're doing a great job providing much-needed food for a food desert. So we look forward to their occupying the building and delivering on the promise.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other comments, we'll move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Unanimous vote to approve. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 18. Rezoning petition 2022-98 by Charlotte Planning, Design, and Development. Approximately 71 acres located along the south side of Oak Lawn Avenue, west of Andrill Terrace, north of Brookshire Freeway, and east of Beatties Ford Road in Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. The current zoning is R5 Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is R5 HD Single Family Residential Historic District. The zoning committee voted 5-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion that's been properly made and seconded. Do we have a discussion? Mr. Eggleston?
Just wanted to thank all of the enthusiastic engagement from the community and for being here last month, being here this month, and thank you for all the work on this, and look forward to supporting it.
Any other questions? Not hearing none, we will move on to the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Isel?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. A unanimous vote to close out our decisions.
Mr. Winston, I just might add, aside from those couple hiccups, your trials for Mayor Pro Tem went pretty well tonight. I give you a lot of kudos.
No comment. No comment. You ain't gonna get me there, brother.
And I've been replaced already. Thanks.
All right, so we will now move on to our items for public hearing. We had a number that were deferred to a further date. So we will move to item number 23, rezoning petition 2021-262 by CRD Dilworth LLC. Location is approximately 1.14 acres located in the western quadrant of the intersection of West Worthington Avenue and Cleveland Avenue, east of South Boulevard, Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. The current zoning is TODM, Transit-Oriented Development, Mixed Optional, and the proposed zoning is TODNC, Transit-Oriented Development, Neighborhood Center Conditional. Staff does recommend this approval. With that, we'll have the presentation by Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. 2021-262, it's 1.14 acres, as mentioned, on Worthington Avenue and Cleveland Avenue, east of South Boulevard. Currently zoned TOD-MO, proposed zoning. The proposed zoning, just to clarify, is for two separate districts. It's for TOD-NC conditional. Also, there's a portion of the property that is looking for TOD-UC conditional as well. We'll go to that. We'll get to that slide one after this. So next slide, please. The 2040 policy map does recommend a regional activity center for the site. Next slide. So the petition does not have an associated site plan, but does commit to the following development standards as conditions, does commit to a parking minimum of 1 space per 1,000 square feet of commercial uses, and then a parking minimum of 1/2 a space per residential unit. Also commits to a parking minimum of 1/2 space per hotel room. And on this slide, you can see where that TOD-UC district boundary is. That's the horizontal lines, and then the vertical lines there going from Worthington down towards Tremont is where the TOD-NC district is being requested. So again, it's a conditional plan, but only those conditions for parking are the ones that are being presented. No site plan. Staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pettin. We have 3 speakers, but I believe Mr. Brown will be taken care of, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Winston, Councilmembers Colin Brown, on behalf of the petitioner. This site has been around a bit. I might need a tutorial on boarding. This actually, we came to public hearing last year on this petition. It traded hands, so then now there's a different property owner. But as Dave mentioned, fairly simple petition. Can you show us how to advance slides? Next slide. So here we are at the corner of Worthington and Cleveland. Next slide. Next slide. I'll just spin through these very quickly. This is a look at it. This site has been waiting for development for a number of years. I think everyone's been watching. Next slide. Next slide. As Dave mentioned, when this came through last year, the concern was, well, with TOD, there is no parking minimum. And with our conversations with the DCA, the Dilworth Community Association, the concern is this is a little bit different because there's a historic district there. Folks literally adjacent to the site cannot add more parking. So the request from the neighborhood was, would we do a TOD conditional, which at the time was the first. We said we would add that condition to have a minimum amount of parking. So we basically restarted this process again with just that condition. The other part of conversation came along where the neighborhood said, hey, would you mind, since you have a condition now, would you mind adding another condition to limit height closest to Cleveland? And so we did that. As part of that conversation, a portion of our site, if you can see that portion which is TOD-UC, is adjacent to TOD-UC on both sides, so everything around it will be TOD-UC. So the agreement was, yes, we would make the amendment to add another condition. And if you can just next slide through till you'll see one that looks kind of like a colored, next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide, There you go. So this is essentially what we have now. We have the TOD UC in the red, which is consistent with what's on both sides on it. We have the kind of plain TOD in the middle, and then we have the darker green TOD that adds an additional height limitation transitioning to the neighborhood. And we believe this has been a good response and a good compromise with the neighborhood. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Do we have any questions? I'll make a comment. I think everybody knows I'm not for parking minimums, and you know I definitely have concerns about precedent. You know, I think this is another one. I understand you know, change is difficult for our neighbors in certain situations and conditions. But again, the decisions that we make sometimes, you know, have to have some vision many years, if not decades down the line. So as we, you know, try to implement these policies that have generational impact, we have to have some fidelity to them and not start creating the cutouts. You know, this is a huge part of the reason that we set upon this pathway is to become a planning city as opposed to a deal-making city when it comes to land use development. So I have concerns about this, but maybe we can talk about this. I don't think TOD is necessarily immune from certain conditions, you know, as we put it down. But I have concerns when we start to erode some things around it. If you can respond to that.
Yeah, if there's a slight question in there, I would respond to you by saying, though we are offering a parking minimum, it is about half of what would typically be required. So the neighborhood did not say, hey, when should it go
about this one in the past last year, but let's get a refresher course, if you don't mind. Anybody else?
Motion to close public hearing.
Ms. Eisel, Ms. Eisel is recognized.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. No, I really do appreciate that the petitioner has kept some parking in this project. This was really, this particular parcel led to a lot of discussion around the comp plan, frankly, when we talked about the impact of having TOD next to single-family neighborhoods. And full disclosure, I live pretty close to here, so that's why I'm so aware of it. I'm not adjacent to it, though. But when Taiwo was here, I had a lot of conversation with him about unintended consequences and how we've got to have some opportunity to take a look at things when they happen in real time and say, okay, was that what we intended? This street is a pretty small street. Across the street, there is a by right project, if it's still on the books, that would, well, for a while, in fact, I'm not sure it's still on the books, but for a while it was a developer who was going to build, quote, affordable housing, and it wasn't, in fact, affordable housing necessarily. He just wasn't going to include any parking at all. There are 2 restaurants on either end of that street, a whiskey bar and door tasting room that don't have any parking. And so this building, well, adjacent to that is also the Tiber Creek building that's going away. I don't know what's going to happen with parking there, but we just have to be really careful when we assume that you're going to get that mixed use, the mix of uses in a TOD parcel that we would hope we would get, right? When it all turns out to be kind of the same thing with no parking at all. The market isn't really taking care of the situation. The market is doing what it gets to do. And so I do appreciate that the petitioner was open to keeping parking in this parcel, given the proximity literally across the street from single-family houses. And so I'll leave it at that. But I just think it's important. We've talked about it with the UDO and with the comp plan, that we've got to be able to go back and say, okay, this isn't quite what we had in mind. We thought it was going to be something different, and it's not. But So I do appreciate the petitioner including parking in this.
Thank you, Ms. Seisel. Ms. Watlington, you recognize.
Thank you. I did want to ask a follow-up question based on those comments. As we think about each one of these parcels, as we move into community planning, how are we thinking about how these parcels relate to each other? For the very fact of, like she said, we say this area, we're anticipating mixed use, but if we start to see the same thing over and over and over again, what mechanisms or what policy or regulations do we have in place that takes a look at the broader view? Because I feel like we keep saying we're going to see it in the community and the area plans, but I'm not seeing it translate to a regulatory standpoint. For instance, if there are 10 parcels in a row and nobody's required to have any parking, where are these cars going? How are we thinking about the broader experience in that local area?
I think that's for Ms. Craig.
So this particular site is adjacent to Neighborhood 1, and so all those uses that, it's like when you look at the map, there would be parking required for this particular area anyway because of its adjacency to Neighborhood 1. So that was built into the UDO. But in terms of the broader picture, I mean, that's certainly something that we can look at in the area planning process. I mean, we categorize things into place types so that there's some flexibility. So you're really looking at context, but you're not specifically prescribing what people can do in each of those locations. But if there's something that you have greater concerns about, we can certainly talk about that.
Sure, I think it alludes to what Councilmember Johnson and I know, I can only speak for the time we've been on council, I've been saying for a while, even as it relates to traffic, and as we're looking at rezonings and how we're assessing overall traffic impact, same thing for parking, same thing as we talk about use and ensuring that there is a mixed use. I just want to make sure that our regulations reflect that while we don't want to be prescriptive on every parcel, that we're still getting what we intended for the broader group.
And I'll add to, along with the UDO will be the comprehensive transportation review. And so you will be talking about multimodal investment that's even outside of the rezoning process. So by right, you'll be required to do that.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions or comments?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second that. We'll go, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go through the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
We had a few, Ms. Eisel is,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Aye.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
And Mr. Graham has left the meeting, so that's unanimous. Thank you. We will move on to item 24, rezoning petition 2021-264 by Chuck Price. The location is approximately 4.7 acres located on the north side of Oak Drive, east of Old Statesville Road, and south of Pete Brown Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is I1 light industrial, R4 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is I2 CD general industrial conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site design. There is opposition to this, so the speakers, each speaker will have 10 minutes with a 2-minute rebuttal, and that will come after staff's presentation.
All right, thank you. 2021-264. It's 4.7 acres on Oak Drive, just off Old Statesville. Current zoning, you can see the majority of the property is zoned I1. There's a small portion of the back corner of the property zoned R4. The proposed zoning is to go to I2 conditional. Next slide. The 2040 policy map does recommend manufacturing and logistics for the site. Next slide. The proposal with this petition would allow for a max of 6 buildings totaling up to 60,000 square feet. That would include storage sheds, buildings, and outdoor storage for the abutting lumber company. Does prohibit the following uses, things such as automotive service stations, auction sales, car washes, dry cleaning, truck stops, and adult establishments. Does commit to a 100-foot Class A buffer adjacent to the abutting residential properties. Also commits to a 50-foot Class A buffer along Oak Drive. And lighting would also be shielded to prevent direct illumination beyond property lines. Also, something to note on the plan is that no access to the site other than emergency access, which would be gated would be proposed off of Oak Drive, so no access to the actual site. So all that activity would continue through the existing access points north of where this proposed rezoning would take place. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. As mentioned, just some outstanding issues to work through related to transportation and site design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation, and we'll be happy to take questions following presentations by both the petitioner and members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Charles Price and John Hallenbeck, you have a combined 10 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Price. I'm Vice President of Carter Lumber, Construction Development Division. And what we have tried to do here is we started this location back in 2014. We did a expansion of our, this is the parcel directly to the north where our current lumberyard is. We actually acquired all this land together in 2017, I believe. And we did an expansion on the lower area in 2018, and we are maxed out of what was allowed at the time prior lumberyard was there, prior to us moving in 2014. So we have, I met with Mr. Malcolm Graham and, dealt with the community meeting, prior meetings with planning. Mr. Hollenbeck is my civil engineer, and we felt we have met all the criteria for, we are proposing 4 buildings actually here on this site, meeting all the setback requirements. Everything will be on the inside of the buildings itself. It's all one-sided from the inside, and all the traffic coming up for the storage in these buildings will be where that red arrow is shown, accessing from our existing lumberyard. Nothing really changes as far as our hours or store hours. All rail serve and everything else that's in the front is still being maintained on our other parcel. There is nothing to be unloaded or any kind of rail spur activity on this parcel. And as they have stated, there will be no truck traffic or vehicular traffic on our business abutting or near any of the residents on Oak Drive. Everything is still ingress and egress out on the Pete Brown Road.
Thank you. Is that it? Cool.
Yeah.
Well, excellent. Well, again, you have 10 minutes, but you don't have to use all 10 minutes. Thank you. Stand by for rebuttal. We do have 2 speakers in opposition, Patricia and Garen Oliver. You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for hearing me today. My name is Patricia, and I reside on Oak Drive. I'm also speaking on behalf of resident neighbors Ebony Brandon, the Robinsons, who are my next door neighbor, and the family of Doris Sanders, my other next door neighbor, because she is deceased. Her mother is maintaining the Sanders home for her grandson, and she is here as well. We live directly in front of the field that Carter Lumber wants to expand its business on. Prior to beginning my speech, I'd like to say that everything said has been researched, information has been peer reviewed, and it's before I included in my argument. I can provide a detailed report for every fact that I mentioned. So reasons to approve the rezoning and allow Carter Lumber to expand would be an increase in revenue for Carter Lumber, an increase in tax revenue for Mecklenburg County, and it keeps a $1 billion corporation in Mecklenburg County. Now, reasons to reject the zoning and deny Carter Lumber's request for expansion is that the expansion does not improve or benefit Oak Brook homeowners, future homeowners, which will be our kids, and renters. Most importantly, the negative externalities associated with Carter Lumber's expansion has the potential to lead to sickness and disease amongst the residents closest to the wood storage site, and it will cause a financial hardship for the entire community. So health impacts, we believe that the stocked and finished wood contains thoracic dust, inhalable resin acids, terpene exposure, and bacteria spores. The wood coating that they use to protect the wood from environmental influences such as moisture, radiation, mechanical and chemical damage, and biological deterioration are harmful because they contain liquids made up of either organic solvent or water, and they have a potential to emit volatile organic compounds. And those are such as chlorofluorocarbons, and they're considered a major environmental problem from both air pollution and human health, and they have safety issues. According to a peer-reviewed article by the Oxford Chartered Society for Workers' Protection, frequent and direct exposure to VOCs, chemicals, and bacteria spores can cause nasal and sinonasal cancers, possibly lung cancer, skin irritation, allergies, and respiratory symptoms, including lung function decline. Yes, the Clean Air Act and other policies demand lower VOCs be used in wood coatings, but this is optional, and it still puts us at risk because it lowers the exposure level, but it does not eliminate it. And our health is not worth the chance for extra revenue. Carter Lumber wishes to remove our trees and grass that cleans our air and protect us from the chemicals and bacteria in air, mostly that come from their company, with a big gravel lot. One of the most damaging effects of road dust or gravel is its effects on people's respiratory health, especially that of young children. I have two, the neighbor to the right of me has two, and the neighbor to the left of me has one. That's 5 children being exposed daily to Carter Lumber's road dust or gravel. As the report detailed, the dust from the gravel road is often fine enough to pass into the lungs and cause serious irritation or damage. This also has a particularly detrimental effect on people with existing respiratory conditions such as asthma. According to the National Library of Medicine, the respiratory system was found to be the most affected system in the human body. There was lead, platinum group elements, aluminum, zinc, and other components of road dust that I can't even comprehend, frequently referenced in these articles. Road dust was found to have harmful effects on the human body, which is also gravel, especially on the respiratory system, and there will be acres of it directly across the street from my house. It's also an eyesore that I did not sign up for. Sadly, this eyesore can lead to mental health problems such as depression. Time spent on our front porch, running on the cut part of the field in front of the homes, watching the sunset or rise against the field with the high tree line, different types of greens and neighborhood deer bouncing around have a calming and rejuvenating effect on our mental health. That is what we purchased on Oak Drive and in our community for. We don't want to live across the street from 4 large storage buildings covered by a fence. That's not what I want my children to see when they look out their bedroom windows. The blue sky, green field, and trees allow us to relax and enjoy our homes. I don't want to sit on my front porch and stare at storage buildings, wood, electrical lines and poles, or people working. And I don't want to hear the noise associated with the work being done. And I definitely do not want this to affect my children while they're studying or playing with their window open. We know that woods chemicals removing the biggest structure of source and green space in our community and replacing it with a multi-acre gravel lot could lead to serious health issues, disease, cancer, and even death. The expansion is not worth jeopardizing our health. The opportunity costs are too high. In addition to the health impacts, there are environmental impacts. There's an automatic increase in air pollution when you remove the green space. An increase in the need of storage indicates an increase in the amount of wood delivered and shipped from Carter Lumber via the railroad tracks. Just during the time of our meeting, the train has backed and forth 5 times, starting traffic, polluting our air, and I'm sure that will increase if they're allowed to increase. Depending on the train's timing, there could be at least 20 cars waiting to enter the community from Old Statesville Road or exit the community from Oak Drive. This increases the potential for asthma attacks by 40% because trains emit an immense level of gaseous waste that is not only detrimental to the environment, but also our health. Then we have urban deforestation due to human activity, which not only decreases the health and quality of life in our county, city, and neighborhood, but it worsens the effects of unpredictable climate change. It would be best to purchase a property that's already ready for this business, so that way we're not cutting any more trees or reducing any more green space. Urban trees reduce pollution, stabilize temperatures, and increase real estate value. So when you remove them, you create an environment that's not only detrimental to our health and happiness, but it also has long-lasting economic impact. And like most things, these impacts are not shared equally across society. Urban deforestation creates what is called the green-gray divide between affluent neighborhoods with sufficient tree coverage and less wealthy areas that go without. It's been said that the number of trees in the urban area can be used to assess the relative prosperity of the community, and that is true. Drive down Myers Park or Kings Drive or any other affluent neighborhood in Charlotte, and you'll notice you don't see their house because it's covered by trees. Evidence also shows that the amount of vegetation known as greenness in densely populated areas can be an indicator of the relative wealth. Replanting trees are not an option because trees struggle to reach adulthood in urban areas. Plus, it takes decades for them to grow to the heights that they are now. Therefore, we will be without trees. Not fair. In addition, we're going to disturb a wildlife refuge. This morning I woke up, there was a baby bear and a mom bear across the street, having a good time, grazing and eating. There are all kinds of animals over there. Where do they go? I can tell you where the rodents, the rats, the mice, and the insects are gonna come. They're gonna come right across the street to our house because you're taking their house. So now on our homes, our porches, our garages, maybe even our vehicles, there will be pest and rodent infestation when the field is cut. And the mice, the rats, the bugs, those also lead to extra disease. Also, in addition to environmental and health, we have economic externalities. As stated in the beginning, Carter Lumber is a financially stable company, right? This is a double over working class neighborhood. So now we're talking, there's going to be an immediate decrease in our property value or rental value. Houses next to the railroad, which we're correctly already here, we know that they devalue by about 30%, which means that we already are going to cut our costs 30% when we want to sell or rent our homes. Now, expanding Carter Lumber is another aggravating factor that will require us to further reduce the price of our property when selling or renting because it is an immediate eyesore. That is ugly. Would you want to live across the street from that? Would you purchase a home in a neighborhood, and that is the main interest as soon as you come in? That is what you see. If you do, you're going to expect a huge discount. And that is the position Carter Lumber will be putting us first-time homeowners in. And for me, I want to pass the house down to my children. So now, whereas I'm supposed to be giving them good debt or something that accrues wealth, I'm giving them something that will lose wealth because the company decided to put something across the street that's not only going to mess them up environmentally and health-wise, but economic-wise. So we already discussed an increase in the train's activity, which leads to an increase in time and gas wasted on the train.
Ms. Oliver?
Yeah?
Your 10 minutes is up. If you have any further comments, if they're written, you can submit them to the clerk and they could be distributed to the council members.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you. Mr. Price, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. And I do appreciate the neighboring property owners' concerns. I guess just a few points I would like to make is obviously the railroad was there for many years, and when we moved in here back in 2014, the properties already had the lumberyard and the spur in there. Like I said, we're not doing anything else different. That railroad goes through way beyond our business. So, you know, whether it's us having a few cars a week versus the whole train for the whole community is not something that we're creating. We don't have chemical things that she's stating. She's actually living in a house for building materials that we sell. That's what we do. It's lumber. We're not chemical treating or anything like that. It's what you buy at a typical home center for, say, like a Home Depot or Lowe's. That's other parties like us. And in regards to, I just want to make it clear that part of the I-1 zoning that is actually directly across Myrtle Street could be a lot worse uses and rezoning would not even be necessary. So we do feel that we've taken all the concerns, in consideration here, and feel that we've done everything we can to keep the proper buffers and all of the existing trees in those buffers to be left alone with their mature building. And we do plan on, as obviously, comply with any extra plantings that are necessary in these buffer areas that will help screen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. With that, we will move on to questions and comments from the council. I don't see any hands up immediately in the room. Mr. Phipps.
Oh, yeah, I want to get clarification. In our staff analysis, there's a statement there that this access on Oak Drive will be restricted to fire department access only. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
My question is, what about the other first responder access? Police, medic?
Well, it's my understanding, sir, there would be like a Knox box for all emergency. It was requested from the fire marshal when we were laying out the plan where he wanted the access from Oak Drive. So there would be a gate and a key for the emergency vehicles to enter if necessary.
So on Oak Drive, so this will be accessible through other first responders as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ms. Oliver's comments, they illuminate, a kind of a continuous land use juggle that we deal with here on council. This industrial zones and residential zones encroaching on one another. It is frustrating. It is frustrating because we need both. All right, and I hope as we kind of push along with the 2040 plan implementation, as we get into the community area planning processes, that we identify some of these neighborhoods and areas where this conflict is particularly present and focus on them. Because we would have, we have an issue. I think Ms. Oliver, illustrated several different legitimate concerns, whether or not they're specifically applicable to this situation. These are the concerns of homeowners and residents and communities, and in fact, it's a concern of the council. Council has rejected particularly residential developments, even affordable housing developments over the year because of their proximity to industrial zones. Whether I agree with them, those denials or not, that's a different question. But there was a concern that we had. I think the petition died for residential out by the Music Factory. I think particularly because of the conversation that we're hearing right now and the fear of what could happen in the future. With that said, I would also say, Ms. Oliver brought up a point that I would push back a little bit on. Certainly the business owner is having a successful business and expanding, and and it fits their business model to continue to grow. We don't want to deny that. And this is not, and yes, when development happens, you increase revenue, taxes, and that's important. But there is a common good, particularly with this business, right? When we think of lumber, as Mr. Price said, houses are built with the lumber that they supply. And when we look at our affordable housing crisis, when we look at the inflationary time that we're in, housing is more expensive in Charlotte because it's harder to get materials for housing, things like lumber, which is a main part of it. So as we try to make housing more affordable, or if we try to make this a better place to live, we need businesses like this to thrive. Would also point out that this area up Old Statesville Road is historically an industrial corridor. And that is illustrated by its proximity to the freight line that exists and still operates there. So again, it, kind of comes full circle to this encroachment when, as the city grows, past council have decided that it was okay to put residential that close to industrial. But now that we're losing industrial, we don't have many places for those businesses to go. So again, those are more comments, less questions, maybe things for us to consider, especially as we have new council members that are going to decide on this particular one over these in the next month or so. We should give both the petitioner and the residents consideration, but I don't think there's any necessarily thing that's clear cut right now. But hopefully we continue to work on it and come to a common ground approach. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? Seeing none, I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you. That's unanimous, and we will move on to item number 25. Was that? Item number 25, rezoning petition 2021-282 by Greystar Development East LLC. Location is approximately 7.54 acres located south of.
I'm sorry, hello, we have one other person to speak, Garen Oliver, and I'm sorry, what was?
Ms. Oliver, you guys had 10 minutes to speak combined. So when you took up the full 10 minutes, you also took up Mr. Oliver's time. But Mr. Oliver has comments he would like to submit to the record. He can submit those to the clerk. They will be made part of the record and shared with the council. Thank you. All right, again, we will move on to our agenda item number 25, rezoning petition 2021-282 by Greystar Development East LLC, a location approximately 7.54 acres located south of Golf Links Drive on the west side of Midway Park Drive, north of Audrey Kell Road in Council District 7, Mr. Driggs District. The current zoning is MUD-O, mixed-use development optional. And the proposed zoning is MUD-O SPA, mixed-use development optional site plan amendment. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. We do have opposition to this, so after staff's presentation, both the petitioner and residents will have 10 minutes. Mr. Patton.
Thank you. Mr. John Kinley will present this one for you guys this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. This is approximately 7.54 acres on the south of Golf Links Drive, west side of Midway Park Drive, north of Audrey Kell Road in the Ray Farms development. There's a vacant parcel there that they're looking at developing. It is currently zoned MUD-O, mixed use development optional. The proposed zoning listed here is MUD-O site plan amendment, mixed use development optional site plan amendment. We'll note that one of our minor technical issues is that they'll need to clarify the proposed zoning district when they resubmit for a zoning committee. The 2040 policy map recommends community activity center for the site. The plan proposes to change the existing plan would allow up to 315 residential dwelling units, 307 multifamily units, and 8 single-family attached units. Is in a location that was previously planned for office and parking structure uses. A minimum of 6 single-family attached units would be provided as part of the petition. It allows the conversion of unused multifamily units to additional townhome units at a rate of 1 townhome for every 2 multifamily units. A maximum building height of 65 feet for the multifamily structures and 45 feet for the single-family attached dwellings. Access would be from the extension of Ray Park Lane, Walnut Branch Lane, and Midway Park Drive. It maintains and constructs an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk on all the public street frontages, provides architectural design standards for the multifamily buildings, and architectural standards for the townhome buildings. A maximum of 5 units per townhome style building with at least 1 car garage per unit. It also commits to amenitized open space and provides publicly accessible pedestrian walkway from Walnut Branch Lane north through the site to the extension of the South Ray Park Lane with a minimum of 3,270 square feet of public open space area, and you can see that indicated on the site plan. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of the outstanding issues, and it is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the Community Activity Center.
Thank you very much. We have multiple speakers: Colin Brown, Brittany Lynch, Josh Glover, Ben Libetral, Mike Sullivan, and Sean Tooley. Mr. Brown, are you going to take care of all that?
Yes, sir. I'll on point. Thank you. As John mentioned, great overview. So what you're looking at is an aerial of the Ray Farms development, which this council approved that rezoning probably 8 to 10 years ago. As you can see, and actually most of the Ray Farms development has been built out. So we have a Harris Teeter Center, we have a good bit of commercial. Up there in the top right corner, we've got a major fitness and sporting facility. It incorporated a STEAM academy, so we have a CMS school on site. So a lot of mixed-use things going on. You can obviously see the portion there where the star is, and to the north is the area that has not been developed, and I'll tell you why that is. Next slide. So the area where this is, that current undeveloped area, is currently basically entitled for offices and hotels. Next slide. This is a look at the approved zoning plan for the area. So in the area that we're rezoning, which I've got on screen now, I'll show you with a star. Next slide. Currently, the site that we're talking about could be developed with 2 office buildings up to about 250,000 square feet, and then a large parking deck to serve that. Same for the north. So there's a big piece that hasn't been developed. But right now we're just working on this piece. So currently today, office buildings and parking deck are allowed. Next slide. The 2040 plan does recognize all of this as a community activity center, which will allow a variety of different uses. Next slide. So as John mentioned, our goal is our rezoning, instead of building 2 large office buildings and a large parking structure, we would take this opportunity on just this 7.5 acres to incorporate some more residential. Ray Farms has got a nice mixture of uses. Like I said, we're walkable to a CMS school, to a grocery store, to atrium, a lot of things going on in the Ray Farms Waverly area. So our goal is to make that change from the large office buildings to multifamily. The current version, which is before you, was for 250 or 315 units. That's come down a little bit. Next slide. And I should point out the office buildings that are currently approved could be 95 feet in height. This rezoning would take that height down to about 65 feet. So we thought, actually, and you'll hear from some neighbors who live in some single-family homes and townhomes adjacent. We actually thought this would be a nice transition. Rather than, tall commercial office buildings, we're lowering the height, we're having residential neighbors. You'll hear some feedback from the neighbors. We never make all the people happy all the time, but we have made some changes. We've broken the townhome, so ours will have a number of townhomes. So the neighbors have townhome units, so we're proposing some townhome units adjacent to them to transition, and then our apartments. We've broken up the townhome buildings and took kind of better screen to the west. We've committed to full cutoff lighting so that there's not light from our parking lot interfering with neighboring property owners. We're continuing to work with Lincoln Harris, the master developer. If you could remember in your mind, the big Ray Farms image is extending the park on down. So we're working with them with this development. Gray Star would complete a street connection, which is important and kind of creates some of the street network on the site, would also provide some more parking. And we're also trying to work with the master developer to deliver the additional green space, which would certainly serve our site as well. I've committed to work on landscape design with the neighbors. We changed the pedestrian plan, so there's now a pedestrian connection through our site that neighbors could use to walk through our site to get to the core commercial area of Ray Farms. Next is the commitment to construct Ray Park Lane. So there's a pretty heavily used road called Red Rust that runs north and south that gets a lot of traffic. And then kind of the heart of Ray Farms is over here. This road will connect the two, so there will be a new street connection between, which our folks can use and everyone will be able to use. We've added some architectural commitments. We've added some commitments for primary entrances for these apartment buildings so that they would walk out onto that new street and face the future screen. And then we have, additionally, we have lowered the total unit count down to 306 units, which I doubt that's a significant enough change to address anyone's concerns, but we have lowered that a bit by about 10 units. So those are the changes we made. Next up, I'll show you what that site plan looks like so you can visualize it in your mind. So again, instead of the 2 office buildings and large parking deck, we now have just a residential development. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, there are the 8 townhome units to try and sit next to the townhome units and have a nice transition. And then you can see the multifamily. It is surface parked, but it is wrapping the site so that the buildings hide all of the parking. And then the next development over is another multifamily development. Next slide is a larger picture, just to give you a look at how that fits in. We think it does make a nice transition between the lower density residential, the commercial activity going on, and if you could see there, that what is it called? South Ray Park Lane would be extended. So the idea is that extends over, connects up here with Red Rust. So there's a new vehicular connection. With that is new on-street parking spaces, parking is something that you'll hear discussed tonight. Those would be publicly available. So it's true that residents of the apartments could park there. Also residents of the others, they would not be exclusive. The ones along the new street would not be just for the tenants and folks living in our development. They would be available to the public. Next slide. Just some renderings to show, we share these with the neighbors, the quality of the development. Next slide. So here's the comparison. In the bottom left here is what can be built today. That office development with a large parking structure there versus our proposal there on the right, which we think is a nice transition. Next up. We've had a number of community meetings. There's a well-organized community organization who you'll hear from tonight. Next slide. One of the main things that we've heard is, traffic and parking impacts. We believe, and I think CDOT can confirm, we've now submitted our plan. We generated this slide, but the bottom, the multifamily units, we're now down to 306. If this were developed currently under the existing zoning and that office were to develop out, that could generate about 25, almost 2,600 trips. With the residential, that reduction you can see is over 900 trips fewer. So we think there would be an overall reduction in traffic if it were developed this way. Next slide. CMS, there would be a potential impact to students. So people could live here and they could have children in the CMS schools. They could walk to the STEAM Academy about 2 blocks away. There is overcrowding. However, I think everyone is on their radar now that there are schools coming to South Charlotte. We have new high school and elementary school on the way and middle school on the books. So I think there is some CMS relief coming for council members. We talk about CMS a lot. This is an area where we have schools on the way. Next slide. A lot of talk about parking, and this came up tonight over how much parking we have. Currently, we have about a little over 2.6 parking spaces per unit on site. If you were also to count the on-street spaces that are in the new, we'd get almost to 1.4. I think the concern from the neighbors is that's just not enough parking. Their concerns are that they don't have enough parking sufficiently and our folks will park in theirs. That's about the best we're able to do. We've lowered our numbers. We think that's ample parking. Next slide. We've given some examples. Greystar manages tens of thousands of apartments across the country. Next slide. and has a good track record. So we did share some information on similar apartments in the area that are parked at about 1.2, and that's more than the ordinance would require. So we're parking over ordinance standard. We think that's sufficient based on Greystar's observations of the area. And this is, one unit. It's not total apples to apples to Ray Farms, but they find a utilization of 0.7. So they're empty parking spaces. All that to say is we do think we've provided sufficient parking. We've tried to add more. That's why we've come with the commitment to build out the street, which would have spaces that others could use as well, so that hopefully some of these neighbors, if they already have parking problems, will have some more on-street spaces that they can use. Next slide. I guess that's it. So I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll.
Minute. Thank you, Ms. Brown. We do stand by for a rebuttal. We do have two speakers in opposition, Singh Sachdev and John Bloomer. You have 10 minutes combined. So leave it up to you. Split that up. And for council members online, the residents have provided us a deck that we're looking at, and we'll make sure that gets to you as well. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, council members, staff. This is Singh Sachdev. I am a resident of the Ray Farms community and also a board member for our Residential Owners Association. I've been nominated by our fellow community residents to speak on their behalf. I want to thank you for the opportunity tonight to allow us to voice our unanimous opposition to this rezoning petition to build more apartments in our community. I also want to thank the petitioner, the representatives, and our District 7 Councilman, Mr. Driggs, for meeting with us a couple of times to listen to our community concerns. We want to thank the staff for posting the pre-hearing staff analysis that allowed us to study that before coming here tonight. Today, briefly, what we want to do is just share with you, who we are. We want to kind of challenge a little bit of the staff rationale for recommending the approval of this petition. And we want to share some of the shortcomings that we see in the petitioner and the staff analysis. And then we will have some concluding remarks. I do have my colleague here, Mr. Bloomer. He's also a fellow resident, and as needed, I might request him to pitch in to reiterate something if we need to. Next slide, please. Who are we? We are a vibrant, diverse, with a lot of multiple ethnicity group, multi-generational community, and we have households that really are working outside the immediate community. The Ray Farms residential, we have 115 single-family homes. We have 133 townhomes. We are currently 15% of our single-family homes and 30% of our townhomes are already rented. They're capped at the rental capacity, so we have a total of 248 units is what we have. Within our own community, Ray Farms, we have about between the Links and the Overture, we have about 640 apartments, or multifamily residences. Right across the street in Waverly, between Land Towers, Solis, and Sawyer, we have about 1,154 units. And then just about a half a mile north of 485, where we have another 564 units, for a total of 2,400 apartments within a 1 mile radius. And so the $1 million question we ask here tonight is do we have enough apartments? Do we need more apartments? We do not think so. To better align with the 2040 agenda or the plan, Ray Farms community and also our neighboring communities are seeking more commercial presence, not more apartments, so that we can augment the current service and retail jobs that we have with more professional jobs and really, enhance and balance the life work, in the community itself. Next slide, please. Now, I want to applaud the effort made by the staff to complete a rigorous analysis of the petition. However, respectfully, we disagree with your rationale and recommend approval. So if you see, one of the main sentences that you've looked at, the rationale for recommendation, you say this site is located in a community activity center, yes. Within walking and biking distance, yes. Distance to employment, shopping and dining opportunities, and transit service. And the plan uses a mixture of housing types. The items that I've highlighted or underlined there, we'd like to make a comment on some of those items. We talk about walking and biking. Yes, we can do all that, but that is not safe in our community. Our state statistics show that greater than 2 times increase in auto and pedestrian accidents, right at the golf links and the Providence Road intersection itself. And we've had some fatal accidents right in our community itself, right in front of the Overture Apartments and Midway where we are today. So really, it is not safe there. Also, our CDOT data also shows that this is one of the 10 most dangerous intersections on Providence Road.
Just want to let you know you've got about 4 minutes left.
I'm sorry, sir?
You've got 4 minutes left.
Oh, okay, sure. And then we say about employment, and this is only service jobs. Of the 100 businesses that are cataloged, all of them, most of them are employing hourly and service professionals, very few professionals. The mass transit options, we talk about, we love the buzzword, but those are really useless. Mixed housing, we chuckled when we saw that word because really what the petitioner is proposing is 307 apartment units with eight townhomes. Next slide, please. We always, every rezoning meeting, you hear about parking, you hear about traffic, you hear about overcrowding, you talk about tree canopies. It's the same thing all over again. But please bear with us for a moment when we reiterate our concerns that affect us every day. For you, it's another hearing, another, meeting. We went through a bunch of them today. But for us, it is affecting our lives is what it is doing when we build more apartments there. So we talk about parking overflow. This is a tremendous concern. The petitioner discussed this. They've improved it from 1.2 to 1.4. That is including the space next to the park. Most residents have multiple cars and commute. Rents are too high. Mass transit stops are distant. And this is really of a grave concern to us right now because also when our development was built, the builder did not do any justice to us, did not provide, driveways, there's no parking in the alleys, there are bike lanes and things of that sort. So we are requesting today that the petitioner consider increasing this to 1.8 spaces to guarantee no overflow. And we would like the city planning to consider trying to remove the unused bike lanes on one side of the Red Rush and provide more parking spaces for our residents. Next slide, please. About the mitigating the traffic, again, we applaud, and we understand why the staff recommended not doing a traffic impact study. But things have changed in our community. Lifetime Fitness has closed all the Charlotte area facilities. STEAM Academy enrollment has exploded. Pandemic behind us, households are commuting again. And so we really request that you do a traffic impact study again under the new conditions. Next slide, please. The school overcrowding, we talked about this already, and the school, they recommended that the petitioner meet with the CMS planning department, discuss the mitigation alternatives. They have not done that. I'm sorry I'm going through this fast because of the timing here. Next slide, please. We request that the planned park that we have, which is for the green space and Ray Parks, that be extended, and that should be done simultaneously as any project is completed in this area. Next slide, please. So really, in conclusion, we applaud the effort made by the petitioner to understand our concerns, address some of them, and try to appease us. But fundamentally, we do not see what purpose will be served by building more apartments. Our community at large, including Waverly and Stone Creek, already aligns with the city's multifamily intent. Current zoning as approved in 2017 is aligned with 2040 plan. Adding more commercial space will provide more diverse and economic opportunity. Today, we urge each one of you to vote no or disapprove this petition.
Thank you, Mr. Sachdev. We have your slides, and we'll make sure that everybody has them. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Can I just go to, could I have, I don't know, the slide in our presentation that has an aerial and the apartments? I appreciate this has been a very respectful back and forth with the neighborhood. I think that was very succinctly said. We've tried to have a back and forth. There's just a fundamental disagreement over the land use for this parcel. Maybe one or two back that shows the aerial. I did not know that there were 100 businesses close to the site, but I do think that underscore. Yeah, I have a tough job. I mean, every time we talk about multifamily units, no one wants them in their backyard. So I think we have to talk about, if we're going to have them, where's the appropriate place to have them? If I could get an aerial. It's just helpful, I think, to look at this and say, okay, if we do want to get people out of cars, the way to do that, I think we've talked about, is to have people living where they don't have to get in a car. And so Ray Farms is an example of that. So you can walk to a CMS school, you can walk to a fitness center, you can walk to a grocery store, you can walk to an atrium facility, and then if you cross Providence, you have all of Waverly. So we think these are the right opportunities. I certainly understand the concern about parking, because we talk about it all the time. We've done our best. We dropped our unit count. We've committed to add some on-street spaces. So I think we've tried to address that. That's what I was after, just to look at this. And I wish I had a wider view. And I worked on the zoning for the townhomes that a lot of these folks live in the single-family homes. I just think it's a nice transition. And if we're talking about where we're going to put these units for the demand we have, and if you've tried to find an apartment, you'll know that we have a very low vacancy rate. We think this is a great location, a great opportunity to put stuff in walking distance. I don't think we want to peel off those bike lanes to put in on-street parking, but if you guys decide to do that, that would create some more parking. Happy to take any questions. I just think this is the right location.
Thank you very much. Ms. Watlington?
So I have a question, and both parties spoke to this in particular, and this need, if we want people to get out of cars, to have opportunities to live, work, and play there. What I'm hearing and what I'm seeing in the presentation from the residents, however, is except you work in one of these retail establishments, you're going to have to get in your car to go to work, correct? Yes. Okay, so it would seem to me that the best use of remaining land would be to provide a job center here so that people truly could live, work, and play in this area. Can you speak to why an apartment complex here versus a commercial center?
I mean, I guess most honest answers to give you is there's raving demand for residential, and there's currently zero demand for office. That's the truth. Walking distance from here, there is a significant atrium facility that does have good paying jobs in walking distance. The rest of this remains under its current zoning, which is entitled for 250,000 square feet of office in this location and another building here. So those entitlements are still there. Now, it's not to say that we won't be in front of you in another year talking about that, but currently there's still a major employment component still entitled.
Okay, so I think this goes back to this fundamental idea of what we say we want with this Comp 2040 and what we're actually doing in our transactions. If we say that what we want is walkable, complete 10-minute neighborhoods, then every single parcel that we have, we've got to consider that in the broader context. So this one, I've got concerns about. I recognize the need for housing, but if the people who live in the housing have to get in their cars to go to work that can pay for their housing, I'm not sure how we are actually achieving our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallington. Just to piggyback off Mr. Brown's point, part of the presentation, if I'm not mistaken, the existing site plan has 2 office buildings and a parking structure. So if the market did demand to build it, they're entitled to, and they actually have a plan. You know, if that hasn't showed up in a couple years, I guess the market is going to ask, well, what does the market actually want? Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Mr. Stain, we discussed a number of these issues when I met with you and your neighbors, and I tried to explain the city's position on a couple of them. I don't want to repeat that conversation tonight, but perhaps we should follow up and go back over like the CMS questions. I do think a reduction of 900 anticipated trips in the context of the perils of traffic is a plus. And I guess my question for you, you've indicated a couple of demands. So again, I think maybe we can follow up and talk about them. But I would be interested to know, not tonight, but later, where the 1.8 number comes from. Why is that the magic number instead of the 1.4? The petitioner has submitted an analysis of their experience in terms of utilization of these parking spaces. So I'm wondering if you have data of some kind from other sources to indicate that 1.8 is actually the necessary number to avoid overflow. In any case, they were inside of this meeting, and with that, I move to close.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. No, you may not. Sorry. You can submit it to question to the clerk.
I'm just wondering about the statistics on the parking and the traffic.
Well, we have a motion that's been made and properly second. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington's a yes. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. Just to, we had a question from the audience. There's a rules of procedure that I went over at the beginning, and we are bound by those rules. So if we weren't part of the public hearing, we have to have fidelity to the public hearing process, but that does not preclude the ability to have a conversation with council members after, or to contact folks that are involved in this petition to communicate with them as well. We'll move on to agenda number 27. Agenda item number 27, rezoning petition.
26. Yeah, we just did 25.
All right. 26, rezoning petition 2022-4 by White Point Partners. Location is approximately 25.25 acres located on the north side of the plaza and east side of Eastway Drive, south of Eastway Park Drive, Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. The current zoning is B1 SCD Shopping Center and B1 Neighborhood Business. The proposed zoning is TOD-TR CD, Transit-Oriented Development, Transition Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We don't have any speakers against, so after the petition, after staff presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. 2022-004, it's just over 25 acres on Eastway and the Plaza. The current zoning is B1 SCD, which is along with some B1. That's an old shopping center district. The proposed zoning is for TOD-TR conditional. The adopted future land use or adopted place type is a neighborhood center in this location. That was part of the 2040 policy map. The proposal is, this is similar to a TOD conditional we saw earlier this evening. No associated plan, but just a commitment to following development standards, and that would be to allow no more than one use with an accessory drive-through window. That could be for EDE, bank, pharmacy, et cetera. It does prohibit the following uses that are included in the TR district: enclosed vehicular dealerships, vehicular repair, parking lots as a principal use, enclosed self-storage facilities, and gas stations. It would construct a paved accessible pedestrian and bike connection from the site to the existing trail located at the end of Americana Avenue right-of-way. Also work with CATS to provide an ADA-compliant bus amenity along the Plaza and Eastway Drive. And the proposed amenities would be limited to one or more of the following: concrete waiting pad, a concrete pad for bench, or a concrete pad for a new shelter. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood center. It is within a mile of that old Concord, Road station, just up Eastway, just off that map. So that's where the TOD request does come in and is applicable. So we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. McVeigh, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting White Point Partners with this rezoning petition. With me tonight virtually is Jay Lavelle. He'll be available to answer questions. Just a little bit about White Point Partners. Their aim is to contribute to the community and build with purpose. These are some of the developments that they have done here throughout the city. Optimus Hall, currently also working on the redevelopment of the Charlotte Transportation Center. Next slide, please. I want to thank Dave and his staff for their support and help with this petition. As Dave said, it is a rezoning request from B1 SCD, the old B1 shopping center district, and B1 to the TOD-TR CD. Mainly the conditions are to work with Parks and Rec to provide a trail connection to the Eastway Park to our east, work with CATS on improvements to the bus amenities along the two major roads, as well as prohibit some of the more non-transit supportive uses that are allowed in the TR district. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This site was zoned in 1968 for the Eastway Plaza Shopping Center. This is the old conditional plan that was approved at that time, over 100,000 square feet of retail. Next slide. A couple images of the existing center. Next slide. As Dave mentioned, consistent with the 2040 plan neighborhood center, the transit supportive uses being consistent with that place type. Next slide. We do meet 4 of the goals of the comp plan as well. Next slide. And again, just a little bit about the petition itself. We are within a mile of the Concord station. We are also next to Eastway Park and the currently under construction North Community Center, which as part of the North Community Center, they will be building a pedestrian bridge over the existing rail line, which will actually improve the access from this location to both to the center itself, but also to the transit station at Old Concord. The connection to the trail to the Eastway Park will also enhance those connections. Just a little bit about TOD-TR, 50-foot maximum height, up to 75 with the bonus provisions. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So I have a question about the conditional aspect of this. Why does it need to be a conditional? I was talking to staff a little earlier, and it seemed like one of the conditions was as it relates to a drive-through, but the drive-through would be allowed by right in this TOD district. So what conditions need to be met here?
Well, the other conditions are the prohibition on the climate-controlled storage facility, the gas station, the auto repair, and the parking lots. So those were other conditions. We also added conditions regarding a trail connection to the park, as well as working with CATS on transit amenities for bus transit service riders along Eastway and the plaza. So there are some conditions, but the main focus of the conditions were to prohibit some of the other 4 or 5 uses that are allowed in TOD, TR that we did not feel were appropriate here.
So you guys just wanted to prohibit that. That's not something that's staff.
Well,
yes.
Staff, if you want to.
So we did request some of those uses out of TR be written out, the self-storage facilities, gas stations, vehicle dealerships, et cetera. Did have some, back and forth about some drive-throughs. I don't think we expressly said, we want those written out. They are permitted in TOD/TR currently. So I'm not sure if there's, needed additional discussion on that, but we did request some of those uses be written out of the TOD/TR district. It was a kind of a look at TOD, NC, and TR, and it was either conditional NC with a height cap or TR with some of the use restrictions. So that was kind of the options that we considered on this one.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. And there are, just for reference, I don't know if it was obvious in the slides, but there is a gas station on the corner here that is not part of the parcel being rezoned already, and there's a drive-through on the parcel already. But this is a shopping center I'm pretty familiar with, and it's probably not seen much investment since that rezoning in 1967. It's in dire need of some love and could be much better utilized than it is. Right now, it's 2/3 a sea of parking. I think this is going to be good. White Point Partners has got a great track record in our community of doing really thoughtful projects that enhance the community. I will just note that another situation similar to a conversation we had earlier tonight, where we have a grocery store here, a full-service grocery store here, that is one of the few walkable options for some of the communities in that corridor. I think that will change over time, given the proximity to transit, and I love the connections here to the park and to the transit, to the rail stop. But I do hope that as this reinvestment in this property occurs, that there is, at minimum, a maintaining of the food access that exists there now, if not an increase, and certainly not a decrease in access to food as part of this project. So obviously, that's not something we can necessarily get promised in here, but I do hope that will be a goal, and knowing the people involved in this project, I feel certain it will. Thank you.
Mr. Phipps?
Why is there no mention of a traffic impact study for this site?
Yep, so under TOD rules, we would require a traffic study as part of the permitting for this. So prior to going to permitting, we would go through that process with the developer.
It's going to, okay, so it was no mention in the staff analysis, so that's why I brought it up. I was curious.
Yep, so our standard is if it hits the 2,500 trip threshold during permitting, we would go through a traffic study process.
So do you think that's likely, given what the existing trips are, the entitled trips, and the proposed zoning that are it says it's too many uses to determine trip generation? That's what we're talking about?
Right, because there's no development plan, so we would assess that at that time. Given the size of the site, it's likely that it would trip that, but it all depends on how the site's developed.
Thank you.
Motion to close.
Second, any comment on that motion? All right, move on with the roll call. On the yes, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
I think that's all we have online right now. So thank you. We'll move on to item number 27, rezoning petition 2022-7 by St. Charles Avenue LLC, approximately 0.34 acres located on the west side of Castleton Road, north of North Sharon Amity Road, and east of Craig Avenue in Council District 5, Mr. Newton's district. The current zoning is R3 single family residential. R3 Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2CD Urban Residential Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of the technical revisions related to watershed district reference. We have no speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Murray, you'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Patton.
Thank you. John Kinley will take on this one first.
Thank you. Sorry about that. It's approximately 0.34 acres located on the west side of Castleton Road, north of North Sharon Amity Road, east of Craig Avenue. The site is currently zoned R3 single family residential and has one single family home on the site currently. The proposed zoning is UR2 urban residential conditional. The policy map recommends N1 place type for the site. The proposal to UR2CD would essentially allow and proposes the subdivision of the parcel to allow 2 single-family detached homes, so one unit on each parcel, so a total of going from 1 unit to 2 units basically on the parcel. It allows access from each lot via driveway to Castleton Road, construction of an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk that would meander to preserve the existing trees along Castleton Road. A maximum height of 40 feet, consistent with other single-family residential zoning. Architectural standards related to exterior building materials and roof design, porches, stoops, garage doors, and each unit would have a varied architectural treatment from the other, and provides a 20-foot setback from the future back curb along Castleton. And it is, as I said, it is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the N1 place type. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of technical revisions, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Murray? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Council, David Murray, Murray Law here in Charlotte, represent the petitioner. I want to thank Mr. Phipps for coming to our first community meeting, and Mr. Newton for coming to our first and second community meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions. The unresolved issue, I think, was just a mistake on our site plan about the watershed, so that'll be resolved. But I'm happy to answer any questions. This is just for a subdivision for 2 single-family detached houses.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Do we have any questions from council, comments from council?
Motion to close?
Second.
Motion has been properly made and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson's a yes. Mr. Eggleston is a yes. Ms. Watlington? Yes. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
My final zoning motion, yes.
Congratulations once again, Mr. Newton. That'll unanimous. We will move on to agenda item number 28. Rezoning petition 2022-10 by MAGLC LLC, location approximately 16.65 acres, located on the east side of North Lake Center Parkway, south of Interstate 485 and west of Interstate 77 in the ETJ, in County Commission District 1, which is Ms. Powell's district, and the closest city council district is District 4, Ms. Johnson. The current zoning is BP and R3, Business Park and Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is B2CD, General Business Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. Again, we have no opposition to this, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Crop, and Mr. Bouchon, you'll have 3 minutes. Ms. Patton.
All right, thank you. 2022-010. It's approximately 16.65 acres just off North Lake Center Parkway, bounded by the on-ramp for I-485. It is currently zoned BP and R3, just a small portion in that top right corner zoned R3. Proposed zoning is B2 conditional, and the adopted place type from the 2040 policy map does recommend this area around North Lake and North Lake Mall as a regional activity center. The proposal with this petition is to request a maximum of 78,000 square feet, which would be developed with auto sales, repair, and rental uses, as well as any incidental or accessory uses permitted in the B2 district. Does prohibit the sale and repair of tractor trucks on the site, I guess tractor trailers, that's a new term. Limits the maximum number of principal buildings to 4. You can see those outlined in blue. Does allow for an enhanced vehicle display area with landscaping and one-way drive along the southern boundary. Commits to a 75-foot Class B buffer that would be reduced by 25%, which comes out to 56.25 feet with a fence along the site's eastern boundary. You can see that there on the right side of the plan. Does convey a perpetual greenway and stormwater easement to Mecklenburg County Park and Rec near the site's western boundary. Also includes the following transportation provisions: the installation of an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along the site's southern boundary and along North Lake Center Parkway. Does provide access via future public street along the southern rezoning boundary. And also commits to complete a technical traffic memorandum to be approved by CDOT prior to the permitting of the proposed full access street connection to North Lake Center Parkway. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation to work through. It is inconsistent overall with the recommendation for Regional Activity Center on the site. Regional Activity Center does permit things like auto dealerships, but they would be enclosed. They wouldn't be out in the traditional sense like this one would be. This one did work to try to bring some buildings up a little bit closer to the street to offset some of the parking and inventory of the site itself. That would be more focused on the 485 side. So do want to at least acknowledge that, but overall staff did determine that it was inconsistent with the recommendation for that regional activity center, but do still feel that it's an appropriate use there along the interstate ramp and through some of the design criteria that they did build into the petition. So with that, we will turn it over to the petitioner team, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carmichael. You and your team have 3 minutes. We'll start once you unmute. No, we can't hear you, man. I can read your lips, but I don't think that works for the record. Still, we'll be patient. No, we still can't. You might want to hit the 3 buttons on audio, and
Can you hear me now, Councilmember?
oh yeah, there you go, loud and clear, loud and clear.
Right, thank you. Council members, members of the zoning committee, my name is John Carmichael, and I represent the petitioner, MAGLC LLC. With me tonight are Jeff Kropp of the petitioner and Nick Bashan, the Design Resource Group. Thank you for your patience, by the way. The site contains about 16.6 acres located on the east side of North Lake Center Parkway, generally at the southwest quadrant of the I-45 and I-77 interchange. Next slide. This is just an aerial of the site. You can see it there. Next slide. A zoomed in version. Next slide. The site's currently zoned BP and R3. You got BP zoning to the south, R3 zoning further south, BP and R3 to the east, UR2CD to the west. Next slide. As Dave said, the request is to go to B2CD to allow automotive sales and service facility on the site that could contain up to 78,000 square feet of gross floor area. Next slide. This is the rezoning plan. It would allow up to 4 buildings. There would be a new public street constructed, and that's how the site would achieve its access. 2 of the buildings have been pulled up to the closer to the street to present a more urban edge. And as Dave said, there would be a greenway easement conveyed to Mecklenburg County along the western portion of the site. I'm going to now ask Jeff Kropp to tell you a little bit about the dealership, and then we can answer your questions. Jeff?
Yes, thank you, John. I want to first start by just thanking everyone for allowing us to share about our vision. We're a first-generation automotive retail group that was started by our founder 18 years ago, and we're one of the fastest-growing automotive retail groups in the country right now. We are now in 6 states, and we're operating 25 dealerships representing 23 brands, everything from domestic to tier 1 imports and also luxury and ultra luxury. And we really have a track record of being involved with the community, also in a positive way with education and families throughout the Southeast. We're now currently up to 1,100 team members. And we, once again, hope that you can see that we plan to continue to grow the company, but also grow in the community along with North Charlotte.
Thank you, Jeff. We're happy to answer your questions. We appreciate the planning staff's favorable recommendation, and we'll certainly resolve the outstanding issues this week. And thanks again for your patience with my microphone.
No problem, no problem. I have a question. I don't know if this is for staff or the petitioner, and it relates to that public street that is going to, it seems like it's going to dead end on to 77. I guess my question relates to lighting that area. My concern would be overnight, kind of business overnight and after business hours. I know car lots are generally pretty well lit and they have safety concerns as well. I just wouldn't want to create, some type of shadowy place, that dead ends, that doesn't exist. So is there any consideration for the lighting situation on the street there from a safety perspective? And is there anything that we can kind of condition along those lines? So start with staff.
Yeah, I don't see anything on the plan in reference to that. I'm not sure if the petitioner has any thoughts or plans on that, or Jacob, if you guys have anything that's like standard for street design in regards to street lighting or not. I may be a question better served by the petitioner to see if they have plans for that area specific to lighting.
I'll let Jeff speak to their lighting. I will say that this public street would eventually connect to another public street that you can't see on this plan. Councilmember Winston? Speak at all to your...
We lost you. We lost your audio. I heard it's going to connect to another public street.
Hear me now?
Barely.
Yeah, Jeff, can you speak to the lighting?
Jeff, you're being asked to speak to the lighting. Mr. Crop?
Yes, we'll make sure that obviously that everything's in a safe nature. And we're working along with Nick Bouchon on that. And we feel confident we'll be able to meet the needs.
And Jeff, I can step in as well. This is Nick Bouchon from Design Resource Group. As John was trying to say, this will be continuation of network streets, public network streets. So it's going to be a full network that connects throughout all the southern developments, existing and future. And we'll have to coordinate with CDOT to meet their standards, their public lighting standards for uniformity. So that's going to be a big item as we get on to permitting and make sure from the public street edge. And then also we'll work with the Mills Group internally as well.
Is there a specific area on the plan that you want staff and the petitioner to kind of work on to get better clarity and maybe in the notes about lighting specifically?
Yeah, I misrepresented. It's actually the public street that is running into North Lake Center Parkway.
Okay.
I can't really get a great idea of what it.
So over by the tree save area, is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's the light? Will there be lighting in that area? Or will it kind of die off at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I think, Jake, between us and the petitioner, we can probably, or if you want to chime in on that.
Yeah, so that's something we would typically coordinate during permitting to find a solution if they proposed it with our standards.
Lighting along, since it's a public street, does that get continued out along their frontage, or do we want to include some notes? I think we might need to coordinate just to make sure that we've got some clarity that would at least continue down. And I think that's what you're kind of getting at. It doesn't just stop at the end of their property and say, well, now we have no lights in this tree save area and all that. Okay, yeah. We can coordinate on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, let me preface my comments by saying that I mean no disrespect to staff or the petitioners, but to me, this petition appears as far as the staff recommendation is concerned, it appears to me to be a very weak argument to justify noncompliance with a policy map that's just recently been approved. So my question to both staff and the petitioner, for staff, are we getting ahead of the community planning process by potentially allowing a change to the policy map through this petition?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and we've have petitions that will change the policy map through the rezoning process, this certainly being one of them.
I noticed that this is one of three in our deck this evening in terms of inconsistency with the policy map that's just recently approved.
Right.
And I know, as far as the petition is concerned, I know, Mr. Carmichael, that you saw when you filed this that this was probably, well, this was in non-compliance with the policy map, but you went forward with it anyway, right?
Well, we filed this, can you hear me,
Yeah.
Councilmember Phipps?
Yeah.
Yes. You know, of course, we filed it well in advance of the effective date of the policy map, but, you know, we did meet with staff to talk about the issues, and it seemed to be a sensible use, to us at least, at that interchange and with access off North Lake Center Parkway. It's kind of tucked up in the corner, and it seemed to us that it would fit in well with the surrounding development.
I would just note this is 2022-10, so I imagine they probably did get their petition way ahead of
Right, okay.
adopted policy map.
Right. Well, okay, well, that might be the case, but I did notice that inasmuch as staff agreed that we had the policy map, but still in 3 instances, we have gone and said, it's inconsistent, but we think it's reasonable in the public interest. So I was just wanting to get some clarification on that, because I know we got 2 others that we did the same thing with. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I'd like a response to that from city staff. Yeah, there was a lot of work on the 2040 plan, whether we agreed to it or not, this is the policy. And I'd like some feedback. I mean, it would seem like we wouldn't be seeing any more petitions that are inconsistent or.
Yeah, I don't think that would be really a reasonable approach to consider that every parcel would be identified on the 2040 policy map and would be consistent with the rezoning petition or market trends or market conditions. So I think we anticipated always having inconsistencies in even the 2040 plan, and I would imagine we'll still have inconsistencies even after community area planning, because you just can't always anticipate market demand for a property or location or what's driving a certain aspect of a development proposal. But I think in this situation as well, we looked at context and consideration of what was being proposed, where it was being proposed, and whether or not it would somewhat live, and coexist with the activity center, which could be more supported south of where this new public road would be built. But I think overall, when we get those inconsistencies, it's a matter of taking a look at the context of the area, what else is going on, the use being proposed, the conditions being proposed to dial it into, the specifics that would serve the site. And then once we get beyond that, looking at it and saying, okay, does this fit the area? Does it support, some of the overall goals of the area? And I think, we're going to have inconsistencies moving forward from, now until, even after, like I said, we get through community area planning. I would still anticipate things being inconsistent. It's just how do we, rectify that? How do we put together at least some idea of what to do when we come across that situation? And the 2 others that we had this evening, it's inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 place type, but it's surrounded by a lot of neighborhood 2 place types and surrounded by existing development that is similar in fashion. So that one is, one aspect of it. And I think in this particular petition, a commercial use up against the interstate, it may not serve the overall activity center as a whole, but it's not an inappropriate location for it. I think that's where staff was a little bit comfortable with the inconsistency, being that we just, like you said, adopted that, but I think trying to get all of it right out of the gates citywide, I don't think we ever envisioned that we'd get every individual parcel right and everything would line up with every request. So I think our approach is similar to what it's always been, is, evaluate the request, evaluate the context, and try to work through, what the conditions are and whether or not they at least provide enough mitigation to that inconsistency, which in this case we felt it did.
So if we look at the goals for the 2040 plan, is that something that we can perhaps take a look at, that it needs to meet maybe half the goals or something? Because this is another one that only 2 goals were met, so.
Right, and I don't.
That's something we consider in the policy. But I also have a question. You mentioned that semi-parking would be prohibited.
Right.
And is that because of the type, or is there going to be specific language that semi-parking would be prohibited?
There's a condition in the plan that says they wouldn't have parking for semi-trucks. So that's a condition of the plan that they're proposing.
Because semi-truck parking is a huge problem in District 4. So I don't know if we can start requiring that in future development proposals, but I'd like to talk to you offline about that.
Yeah, we've seen that pop up in all kinds of areas off Monroe Road. I know there's some up in Prosperity that's had some issues with that, but that is a condition of this one.
Yeah. West Sugar Creek, but it's a
Yeah,
state-owned
yeah,
road, and it's hard to get signage because it is state-owned. So if there's any state legislators listening, we need some help. But, all right, so I got that. And then this is a car dealership, and the west side of it, there's an apartment complex, is that correct?
So the petition itself, there are several apartment there's 2 under construction that were recently entitled. There's one that I believe was approved just south of this. So I think there's 3 apartment projects that would be on the south side of where this petition is. And then, of course, we have apartments on the other side of North Lake Drive. And, of course, we've had a recent submittal for some of the vacant space around the mall itself to contain apartments as well. So that's a future rezoning. Hasn't even started the process yet, but they have submitted an application. So it's an apartment-heavy area. And then this was the request for the north side of that drive. So rather than maybe seeing apartments go all the way up to the interstate, this would be the use kind of that provides a little bit of that space between the on-ramp of the interstate and then the apartment communities to the south. So.
Okay.
But yeah, there are 3 apartment projects just south of this that are either just recently approved, under construction, or in permitting.
I'm just trying to picture a car dealership next to apartments. I don't know that I've seen that or anywhere. Is there going to be a required buffer or like an extensive buffer between the residential and the car dealership?
So there is a buffer. I think it's on the, let's see, it's on the plan right side, so it's really against some of the vacant land. The road that separates them, the public street that would separate the dealership and the apartments, zoning often looks at that as a buffer in and of itself, so that would serve as that. In this instance, there's not anything in front of that. Like I said, they did try to move the buildings kind of up to the front to create a little bit more of that urban feel to it and keep the inventory on the back side of all that, which should help, but there is no buffer along that road other than the street trees along the planting strip and then the road itself and then the apartments.
Okay, thank you.
I think if you go to the east side, you go to up down Independence Boulevard and the surrounding streets, you see stuff, legacy, but also I think we've recently dealt with the rezoning with an expansion, a car dealership that abuts new apartment construction off of Wallace Road, I think. So maybe that's something we could look at. But I think Mr. Phipps brought up a great point. I think staff would say that, you know, the current policy map is just translating the existing status quo into the new language. But the point of kind of getting out in front of the community area planning process I think that's something us as council members should think about. I would assume that staff might also say that that doesn't preclude the community area planning process for the community deciding what future land use they want to see with whatever changes that are made. But this kind of purgatory phase is confusing and frustrating at times, so.
It is, and we struggled with this, this one honestly a little bit as well, knowing the activity center does allow dealerships, but maybe not in the more traditional sense. I think this one tried to blend a little bit of the new versus what you see in a normal, auto dealership. So it's not that they wouldn't be permitted in an activity center, but in this form, they're not as, they don't fit as well with the activity center goal. But again, I think they tried to blend as much as they could. This one, I think we even met on before they submitted, and we didn't even have, I think maybe the first draft of the policy map may have just been adopted. So we're also, because of the backlog of things, we've had some of these meetings with the petitioner 6-8 months ago in some instances, and we're just now seeing them come to hearing. So some of our guidance at that time was also looking based off of older plans versus some of the new stuff. So we're still kind of honestly stuck a little bit in between some things. So like I said, I wanted to point out the petitioner did try to blend a little bit of old and new, but this is one that I think that certainly I anticipated some of this conversation on it. So.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion on that properly made motion in second? Hearing none, I'm a yes. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Ms. Eggleston's a yes. Ms. Watlington? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
I think we actually have to see your face on the camera, Mr. Bakari, but I'm just-
Is that better? You go.
No.
Good? Good?
Well, with that, we'll move on to item number 29, rezoning petition 2022-12 by Range Water Real Estate, location approximately 8.45 acres located on the east side of IBM Drive, west of Interstate 85, south of West W.T. Harris Boulevard, in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is RE2 research, and the proposed zoning is R17 MFCD multifamily residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to greenway easement and outstanding issue and technical revisions related to transportation. I see no opposition. So Ms. McVan, you'll have 3 minutes with your team after Mr. Pettin's staff presentation.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. It's 18.45 acres on the east side of IBM Drive, west of Interstate 85 and south of West W.T. Harris Boulevard. The site is currently wooded. You'll see just to the north property that's zoned R17 MFCD. The site that we're looking at now is RE2, proposing also R17 MFCD. And so that rezoning to the north just occurred not that long ago as well, a very similar petition as what we're looking at tonight. Next slide. It's the 2040 policy map recommends community activity center for the site. It is proposing up to 300 multifamily dwelling units with no more than 6 buildings on the site, maximum building height of 72 feet. It provides a left turn lane access and at one point at the site, and a right in, right out at another point further down. There will be a multi-use path that is constructed along the site frontage. It installs a pedestrian signal at the intersection of W.T. Harris and IBM Drive, pending NCDOT's approval. It conveys a portion of the rear of the site for the Dobby Creek Greenway. Provides a 30-foot setback along IBM Drive for right-of-way. It restricts the placement of surface parking between IBM Drive and the proposed buildings, and provides architectural standards for the multifamily buildings, and commits to 8,000 square feet of open space improved with amenities. Next slide. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to the greenway easement and outstanding issue and technical revisions related to transportation. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for Community Activity Center. And I'll take any questions if there are.
Thank you very much. Keith McVan, Paul MacArthur, Gary Leclerc, and Dennis Walls. You have 3 minutes, Mr. McVan.
Good evening, council, members of zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Rangewater. With me tonight online is Palmer MacArthur and Gary LeClaire with Rangewater. They're happy to answer your questions, as well as Dennis Walls with Land Design, the land planner. Rangewater founded in 2006. They've been active here in Charlotte. This will be their 8th community. They've currently constructed over about 1,500 units, with 600 currently under construction. So active multifamily developer in Charlotte, looking for an additional community to bring some more housing to the area. Next slide, please. As John covered it, zoned RE3, RE2, proposed zoning R17MF to allow the site to be developed with a residential community with up to 300 units. Next slide, please. We are dedicating land to the county for the Dobie Creek Greenway. We will address the comments in the staff analysis and provide those additional updates in detail. Why don't we go to the last slide, which shows our proposed, as John mentioned, consistent with the activity center. We do meet several of the goals. Next slide, several of the goals of the 2040 plan. Next slide. Our proposed site plan, again, buildings oriented toward IBM Drive. We are continuing the 12-foot multi-use path along IBM Drive, and we'll be providing a connection or an easement to allow a connection from the development to the future Dobie Creek Greenway, working with NCDOT to hopefully add some pedestrian improvements at the intersection of IBM Drive and Research. Again, subject to NCDOT allowing that. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments from
Council? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. And I met with Keith on this one. So, and the first thing I said, that's a lot of apartments in that area, right? So, because it's being built next to another complex with, I think, 300 apartments.
It is.
Right? So this is going from an area that didn't have any residential, and now we're seeing a lot of growth, right? So it's changed. So thank you. Dave, or Mr. Pettin, this is one where I'd like to see pending and approved petitions in that area. And this is what I mean when I talk about the cumulative traffic impact, because if 300 units are going to produce 1,300 trips per day on this complex, right next door, there's another 1,300 trips, and neither petition would have required a traffic study. But yet, the residents in the neighborhood are impacted. So I would like to see pending petitions, I guess in the last year, pending and approved petitions in that area, and find out what we can do as a city to address the traffic that's going to be generated in that area.
Yeah, certainly. I think, Jake, can we look through that?
Yeah, and I'll just note that we did have the petitioner do a traffic study for this particular project, but no outside improvements other than turn lanes at the site driveways were required.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Yeah, we can just get what this area is looking like, pending and approved, because we know there's a cumulative effect and impact that we as a city need to be strategic about.
Okay. Yeah, we can put that together. Jake, is that something you guys can? Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from council? Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll go with the roll call vote. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Ms. Eggleston's not here. Ms. Watlington? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you. We will move on to item number 30. Rezoning petition 2022-22 by Appaloosa Real Estate Partners. Location approximately 26.65 acres, located on the east side of Beard Road, north of Mallet Creek Road in Council District 4, which Johnson is in the authority. Current zoning is R3 single-family residential,
Anybody else not hearing Mr. Winston?
Yeah, you're right. So we will do that all over. Agenda item number 30, rezoning petition 2022-22 by Appaloosa Real Estate Partners. A location is approximately 26.65 acres located on the east side of Beard Road, north of Mallard Creek Road, in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is R3 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R22 MFCD multifamily residential conditional, UR2 CD urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. We have no speakers in opposition, so Ms. Grant, you'll have 3 minutes after staff's presentation. Mr. Patton.
Thank you. 2022-022, 26.65 acres on Beard Road, just north of Mallard Creek Road. The current zoning is R3, proposed zoning is R22, multifamily conditional, and UR2 conditional. The UR2 is mainly that portion that transitions out to that MX2, just kind of to the northeast of this. The place type, adopted place type from the 2040 policy map is neighborhood 1. You can see that in yellow. The orange around that is the neighborhood 2 place type. The proposal with this petition is for up to 347 multifamily units and 110 townhomes. That comes in at about 18 dwelling units per acre. Commits to an 8-foot planting strip and sidewalk along Beard Road, Odell School Road, and Rickenbacker Road. Does provide access from Beard Road, Odell School Road, and Rickenbacker Road as well. So lots of interconnectivity to some of the existing developments that are in that area. Does provide amenitized open space as well as dedication of a 1-acre park to Mecklenburg County. Does provide multifamily architectural details that includes buildings exceeding 120 feet, shall have modulations of the massing and facade. Buildings shall have a front or side facade face along public streets. Building elevations shall be designed with vertical bays or articulated architectural facade features. And then the townhomes also have architectural details for usable porches and stoops that would form a predominant feature of the building design. Pitched roofs, no less than 412. Garage doors visible from the public or private street would minimize visual impact and set those garage doors back 12 to 24 inches from the front wall plane. And walkways would be provided to connect all residential entrances to sidewalks along public and private streets. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues with transportation to get resolved. As mentioned earlier, it is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map that does recommend the neighborhood 1 place type. Staff did provide some considerations for making our recommendation. It's consistent with the existing multifamily uses, adjacent to the site. Does add to a variety of housing options in the area with multifamily attached, multifamily, single family attached, and then transition to the existing single family around. It does commit to extending the street network via Odell School Road and Rickenbacker, enhances the pedestrian network with an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along those roads. Also commits to a 1-acre park to be dedicated to Mecklenburg County, which would support the comprehensive plan goals of protecting and enhancing tree canopy in natural areas. And again, just staff does recommend approval upon resolution of those issues with transportation, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Bridget Grant, Brian Miller, Joshua Wilkes, and Lynn Leslie. I assume, Ms. Grant, you're going to be taking care of all that in 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Bridget Grant. I'm a land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight on behalf of Appaloosa Real Estate Partners. As Councilmember mentioned, Brian Miller, Josh Wilkes, and Lynn Leslie is on the line virtually. Dave did a great job, as he always does, of addressing most of the issues, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I believe I'm the last speaker for the night. So if you want to go ahead and advance to the slide, the conceptual site plan slide that's rendered towards the end. It's the second to last slide. One more. I think the color renderings always do a much better job of showing you how the site relates to the surrounding context. So you can see we're providing townhomes adjacent to the single-family residential, so we're able to provide that transition towards the multifamily, and the multifamily is basically to the south of all of the townhomes and aligns with the existing multifamily. This development is going to provide 2 street extensions that provide internal connectivity to adjacent other communities and other options to get out to Beard Road, as well as that 1-acre park one of the things that was critical to us was to provide the 1 acre park central with accessibility, not just to this community and not pushed to the edges, but central and accessible to everyone in the area. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and end it here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I was actually going to comment on the location of that park. I think that shouldn't be overlooked. I think this is something that we're trying to deal with the UDO in terms of open space and making sure that it is able to be amenitized for the public and usable. Something I met with county commissioners. Oftentimes, especially in larger developments, if you're getting open space in a place that's not very accessible because of terrain or isn't amenitizable, how good is that open space? So I think this is a good example of how that translates in land use. So thank you for that color presentation. That pops out.
Thank you.
We have any questions or comments from the council?
Yeah.
Ms. Johnson.
And have you met with the residents at Alder Point Lane?
We had our community meeting. We did not have attendees during the meeting, but it did go out to their HOA and to the adjacent property owners.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, that was one of my questions, is I noticed, these are, the last one we went over and this one, is substantial multifamily development, yet we had like zero people coming to the community meeting, which is interesting. I don't know if that's because these areas are pretty, I don't know, is this in the ETJ or in the city limits?
I believe it's in the ETJ.
Okay, so it might be.
Zoning petition
No,
says it's in District 4, but it's
It is-
adjacent to the ETJ.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's in District 4, adjacent to the ETJ.
So it's in, okay, right, but it's in the ETJ, it's not in the city limits?
Oh, it is in the city
I
limits.
believe it is in the city limits.
Oh, okay, so, yeah, so I was just, curious, is it because it's, basically large swaths of land in these areas in northeast Charlotte that still exist, that maybe, this plot is not close to, well, it looks like it's close to a residential development over here, but the fact that there's no, we've had other petitions tonight that, people are really interested when they have multifamily development coming in that area, but these two parcels strike me as outliers in as much as they have no seemingly community participation in the community meeting, and I was just, trying to figure that out.
Councilmember Phipps, from time to time, I'll get a phone call where someone will call for information. And on this particular case, residents who lived along Beard Road did call and reach out. They did not participate in the community meeting, but they call for basic information about accessibility, where the roads are going to go, and if they'll be impacted.
Thank you.
Can I piggyback?
Ms. Wall?
What'd you say?
Ms. Wallington, you have a comment?
I was just saying.
Oh, can you just grab this quickly? We got people online.
Here, pass this one down.
Mine died, excuse me. I was just responding to Councilmember Phipps that oftentimes what I see and what I notice on this screen is that they're adjacent to a multifamily complex. And what I tend to see, at least in District 3, is that homeowners are more inclined to come out because they have a stake in the land. And also, I see it appears here that the nearest kind of single-family resident is a little bit off, or it does not share the road there. I see the adjacent property at the top left-hand corner of the screen is a cul-de-sac, and so they are a little bit less inclined as long as there's a buffer to speak up. But I think that raises a point, especially as we continue to move toward this shift of rental housing versus ownership, is that we will see a corresponding drop in community involvement. At least that's what I've seen to date. So something to think about.
Ms. Johnson?
Well, I know we've talked as a council, at least some of us, and I can't remember if we're going to do this, but expanding the proximity where notification goes out to homeowners. is that a part of the new UDO or new zoning policy? Because we hear that from residents. Then when they do find out about it, then, then we're working overtime to meet with the developer and try to allow them to be heard. Another thing about recent petitions, we had several community meetings that were held on Election Day. So I want to make sure that the developers that did do that, some of them will vow to have another community meeting. So I don't know when this one was, I don't know if that's one of these, but I would like to see any that were held on July 26th. We'd like to have another community meeting.
I don't believe this was one of
Okay,
those.
it may not have been. I'm just, yeah, I mean, that's fair to the residents.
But yeah, you're correct. We did have a few, and that certainly raised some red flags for us, so we'll reach out to those folks and see if they can hold an additional
Okay.
one. I think we heard some concerns, particularly one in, I think it was in your district in the Rocky River Road area that had one on the 26th, which was not incredibly less than ideal for a community
Right, and
meeting.
the developer said that they would have another one, so we want to make sure they do that.
We'll follow up and
Okay.
see if they've followed through on that.
Good, okay.
Good catch, Ms. Johnson. Is there any other questions or comments?
Is there a policy, are we looking to expand the proximity where notification goes out?
So not so much the expansion of like how far we go out. I mean, we still have the mailed notices. We still are using next door within a half mile, so it would have captured that HOA next door. The challenge is, and I think Ms. Watlington was alluding to as well, the apartment complexes where we can't really mail it to every unit there, but are there ways that we can have some type of ability to mail it to, make sure that it gets to not just the corporate office, but gets to the actual leasing office. They can maybe post it in the lobby, post it in the mailroom where residents pick up their mail. Or is there a way also, is there like a sign-up system that we can continue to explore where folks, even if they live in an apartment, can register and get city updates through some kind of standard mailing, electronic mailing. So I think those are all things that we'd like to continue to explore and really, should be looking to implement. Because, outside of that, like you said, when you have that many apartment communities next door, they're just as impacted as a homeowner. They may not feel that they are included because they don't have that ownership stake, but, they want to live there. They still want the quality of life of the community that they moved into. So in finding ways to make sure we can capture those instances better is certainly something that's pretty high up on our radar right now.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you. We will move to item 31, rezoning petition 2022-085 by City of Charlotte. Location is approximately 3.12 acres located on the west side of Beam Road, north of Shopton Road, and south of Center Park Drive in City Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Current zoning is R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is institutional. Stan.
Thank you. I believe John is going to close this out with this one. And I do think we have a representative from Fire here. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we do have somebody if we have questions, but it's a conventional petition for us. So.
Okay, thanks, Dave. This is approximately 3.12 acres on the west side of Beam Road, north of Shopton Road, and south of Center Park Drive. You can look at the aerial there and see that there's other similar institutional uses and city services and city-owned land in the area. So the city is looking at this parcel that's zoned R3 single-family residential and proposing to zone it to institutional. Policy map recommends manufacturing and logistics for the site. Staff has recommended approval of the petition. It is inconsistent with that policy map recommendation for manufacturing and logistics, but it is not adjacent to any residential uses or zoning districts, and development under the existing zoning would be incompatible with the site's context. The appropriate site to rezone institutional uses surrounded, as it is surrounded by other existing government uses on the eastern side and south of along Beam Road. the site is directly surrounded by areas within the campus place type that host existing government uses as well. And so this petition would change that policy map recommendation from manufacturing and logistics to campus, so then it would be more in line with what's adjacent. I'll take any questions.
Any questions from council? Comments? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second.
We'll have a roll call vote. Seeing no discussion, I'm a yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Finish us up.
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
Second, unanimous. Thank you all very much. Have a great night. Get home safe.
Night.